Hey, good morning and welcome to the City of Grande Prairie budget review. Welcome council, welcome to the members of the public and the media that are here, and I believe we're webcasting online, so I'm sure there are some employees and the public that are eagerly watching to see council's decisions, I should say. There'll be a number of them throughout the day. We have this morning, actually this entire day scheduled, as well as the morning of Friday as well, if our decision should go over. And just in terms of context, as council knows, last year we set a four-year budget and administration did their four-year business plans. This is our opportunity to review the budget for any changed context and items that have occurred over the past year. And obviously at the provincial political level and now at the federal level, there's been some changed context and circumstance. And we've also seen that in our community. So we'll have an opportunity to examine all of those issues. As well as all the items that have been referred from committee to the budget discussions over the last number of months. To start off this morning, we're going to have a presentation that we received at Community Safety earlier this week. It was decided that it was useful information for all of council to have and with specific relation to at least one of the slides or one of the sections that we'll see from the Community Safety Department around policing and security. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our team that's at the presenters table. The acting OIC of our Grande Prairie Detachment, Don McKenna. Don, if you'd like to introduce your team and take away your presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Again, I'm Don McKenna. I'm the officer. Right now, I'm the officer in charge of operations and also the acting OIC. And to my right, I have John Respect. He's in charge of our plainclothes section, Staff Sergeant John Respect. And on the further to the right is Eldon Wyatt, who's the city administrator in our office.
Welcome and take it away.
Thank you. Well, to start off, the City of Grande Prairie, as we know, is experiencing a serious level of crime that many residents believe is unprecedented for our community. And the RCMP and city administration are keenly aware of the public's concern. The purpose of this presentation is to provide council with a thorough analysis of the criminal activities that are occurring and to recommend strategies aimed to address the situation. Now, a little bit of background. The City of Grande Prairie has a population of 68,556 people. The city has a service radius population in excess of 250,000 people. There's a large number of people that do come to Grande Prairie. And the median age is 30.3 years. Now that's important because most of the crimes are committed by people between the ages of 18 and 34. And household discretionary income is nearly double the national average. Now if we go to the 2015 Citizen Satisfaction Survey, only 58% of respondents agreed with the statement that Grande Prairie is a place where residents feel safe and secure. And that is a 20% decrease from the previous year. And of course, crime and drugs were identified as the most frequent reason given by respondents for why they believe the quality of life has worsened in the city. It's 59% of respondents. So have crime levels increased? Oh, yes, they have. And the City of Grande Prairie has elevated levels of occurrences in nearly every category of law enforcement. And how we know this is through Statistics Canada. And all police agencies are required to report to Statistics Canada. And the information collected is analyzed and then released publicly on an annual basis. The most recent statistical information available is for 2014. So what we have in the presentation is actually a snapshot of last year, and it isn't a snapshot of this year. This is the Crime Severity Index. And as you can see, the top line, the green, that's Grande Prairie. And the blue line is Alberta. So both Alberta and all of Canada have seen a reduction in crime. And Grande Prairie has seen an increase by 33%. Comparative nationally, you can see that Crime Severity Index, we're leading. As far as the other cities, Prince George, Saskatchewan, Regina, a lot of these have been at the top of the Crime Severity Index in the past, such as Prince George, Saskatchewan, and we're well ahead of Winnipeg. Now the Crime Severity Index provincially, the comparison, we are at the top as well. And as you can see, we are followed by St. Albert, Lethbridge, Edmonton, And I just wanted to touch base. There's the crime severity index, and then there's the violent crime severity index. And this is the crime severity index. Now, for the violent crime severity index, we are also in the lead, comparatively to Alberta and to the rest of Canada. Now, this shows, comparatively, Thunder Bay was at the top last year on the violent crime severity index, and now Grande Prairie is at the top, followed by Saskatoon, Prince George, Winnipeg. All of those cities have in the past been at the top of the violent crime severity index. Now for Alberta, Grande Prairie, the crime severity index, and just with the numbers, the higher the number, the worse it is. The worse we are on the crime severity index and the violent crime severity index. And Grande Prairie is at the top, and followed by Red Deer and Edmonton, Lethbridge, Wood Buffalo, Calgary, Medicine Hat, Airdrie, Strathcona, and St. Albert. St. Albert at the bottom. It's per 100,000. So when they do statistics, we could look at a snapshot of Toronto, who has a much larger volume of crime than we would have, but they also have a population of 6 million. The same as Edmonton, yes. The statistics identify that comparatively, we have a significant level of criminal occurrences in the city, and the previous slides represent our crime rate in 2014. Unfortunately, this concerning trend has not only continued, but instead escalated in 2015. And so what I've done, I'm going to bring John Respite, who's in charge of our plainclothes section, and just to give you a little snapshot of what's gone on so far this year. That will be much higher than we were last year. John.
Good morning, Council, Mayor Given. Apologies to those of you that...
Just 1 second, John. If you can maybe make sure that maybe you want to switch seats with Eldon there so you can be in front of a microphone. Thanks very much, guys.
Apologies to those of you that were in attendance Tuesday. I'm going to be repeating much of what you heard there, but again, to provide context to what Inspector McKenna is presenting here in terms of the 2014 statistics. So far in 2015, unfortunately, we've undergone 5 homicide investigations dating back to April. Of course, we had our double homicide in June, homicide in October in the city, and one in Sexsmith in October. We are also engaged in a missing person investigation in the Grovedale area, where we believe foul play is likely involved. That could likely increase our numbers to 6 so far. We've undergone an increase in robberies. I'm sure you all have noticed that in the media through reporting. As of Tuesday, we were at 43 armed robberies. 75% of those involved businesses and 25% were personal, in other words, person on person. For 2015, we've had 30 investigations involving shootings or point firearms. Of those 30 investigations, 85% can be attributed to organized crime in the city. In the last 10 months, we can attribute 8 shootings directly to what we call Central East African crime syndicates. These are groups that have infiltrated our city over the last number of years. Fort McMurray underwent the same issues over the last few years. So we're starting to see that. Edmonton as well is undergoing those issues. We do have projects and are engaged with external agencies and partners to address that. But nonetheless, those statistics still exist. In the City of Grande Prairie, to date, we've had approximately 1,300 investigations relating to either domestic or relational violence. 228 of those have been cleared by charge, resulting in 25 assault causing bodily harm charges, 6 sex assaults, 5 aggravated assaults, and hundreds of common assault charges. Auto theft is a very large concern in our community. We are approaching 900 reported auto thefts for the year 2015. And if you do the math, that results in about 3 a day. Very difficult for us to investigate simply because the large numbers of the vehicles excuse me, that are taken. Often we're asked, what are the police doing about that? And quite literally, we certainly can't be everywhere at once, but when we do engage in those investigations, we make every effort to attempt to recover the stolen vehicle and identify persons responsible. Again, these are just some very, very short snapshots in terms of some of our most serious offenses, and these are pointing all towards an escalation in the statistics you've just seen from Inspector McKenna, as these are 2015 numbers. Thank you.
And to add to that there, John, too, these offenses, a lot of these offenses are drug related. So a lot of our problems stem from drug abuse and selling of drugs at the street level. So police resourcing, I'm sorry. Let me back up. Thank you. Police resourcing, national comparison, and these are police officers per 100,000, the population. For Canada, the average is 194 police officers per 100,000. In Alberta, the average is 170, and in Grande Prairie, it's 115. And now, recently, there was some news stories about the Peace region, and so we thought we'd do a comparison there as well. Police officers per 100,000 for Dawson Creek, they have 204, higher than national average. Fort St. John, 155, and Grande Prairie is at 115. And of course, under that, we have the actual number of officers and the total criminal code incidents. And then one of the things that we can derive from this is the criminal code members per file. Now, the average constable in Grande Prairie carries 157 criminal code files. We're in Fort St. John that carry 113, and 80 in Dawson Creek. And our violent crime severity index is much higher than those two communities. Regional hubs of a similar size. So we did a comparison here. We have, of course, Wood Buffalo, which is at the national average, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, Prince George, Kamloops, Red Deer. And the police officers per 100,000, Grande Prairie is at the bottom of that. And we were with 115 per 100,000. Criminal code files per member, we're at 115. We're higher than all of those other communities. And our crime severity index is also higher than all of those other communities. We can look at cities with similar populations. Grande Prairie is 68,000, and Medicine Hat has only 64,000. Their violent crime severity index is at 55. Ours is at 142. The actual number of officers they have is 114, whereas Grande Prairie we have 78. Police officers cannot provide law enforcement services in isolation, and the RCMP in Grande Prairie are supported by a dedicated group of municipal employees, and their duties are diverse. We have crime analysts, records, front counter, exhibits, and finance. And so what they do is they do the support. And with modern policing, there is quite a lot of paperwork to do. And when we have municipal support, they take away that burden for us. And we talk about CPIC. That's the Canadian Police Information Center. That's our computer. And so every day, we will be getting about a file drawer full of warrants and other modifications to be put on our CPIC. Now, our CPIC, about a month ago, we were 2 months behind on that. So that's putting on warrants onto our computer system because we just didn't have the people to actually sit there at the computer and add them. And that causes an issue for officer safety because policemen will be pulling over a car and there may be somebody wanted and it wasn't on the computer and they wouldn't know it. There's also the issue that when something comes from the court office, when there's a variance that's made into a court order, such as a recognizance or another document that someone's been released on and the court has varied it, if we don't modify it immediately on the system, that person could possibly be arrested based on erroneous information or old information. And then, of course, that causes an issue for liability for the police. And we don't want to arrest somebody who there are no grounds to arrest them. And the previous slide shows that Grande Prairie has an exceptionally high crime rate and limited police resources, and the local RCMP management team recognize the challenges and have prepared a crime reduction strategy with this in mind. Crime reduction strategy focuses on short, mid, and long-term actions that will improve criminal investigation, crime suppression, and police visibility. And police visibility is also very important so that people can feel safe and secure. The first step in the strategy to identify our priorities, and drugs is the number one, followed by guns and gangs, robberies, traffic enforcement, and theft. Our step two to improve police visibility Non-essential administrative tasks were suspended, and the support personnel were directed to support general policing operations. And as you remember, we closed the East Link Center for a few days. I asked for support, administrative support from Beaver Lodge, and we had one of the stenographers come up to help with our CPIC. Additional police resources were temporarily requested from other municipalities and provincial units. I requested the Wood Buffalo Crime Suppression Team, and they came in for a week. Also, I've requested the Roving Traffic Unit, who also came in, and they just left last Friday. And enforcement services, community peace officers, were refocused to provide additional support to the RCMP by handling RCMP calls for service, which fall within the CPO scope and authorities, and that's ongoing. And so what we did is we brought in some of our CPOs to work with our watches. What happens when a policeman pulls over a vehicle, and if the driver is suspended or there's a reason to tow the vehicle, then the policeman has to sit there and wait and can't respond to other calls for service. We can't just leave it on the side of the road. But what we've brought in was with the community peace officers, they've been taking over, waiting with the vehicles for us. And these smaller provincial act calls of service, they've been taking those for us as well. And lastly, improved police visibility. Overtime shifts were scheduled to increase police presence, and that's ongoing. And the purpose of this step was to calm public anxiety related to increasing public incidents of violent crime and deter further incidents from occurring. And these steps are not sustainable. So if we look at our last three homicides, they were done between 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And the next is targeted enforcement, and that was the RCMP strike team was brought in from Wood Buffalo to begin overt crime suppression. And the municipal traffic unit was suspended and the members redeployed to provide continued crime suppression activities. And the purpose of this step is to show highly visible and targeted approach to law enforcement in the city. And so we've modeled much of what we're doing after the Wood Buffalo Crime Suppression Team. And the Crime Reduction Unit. And Council has previously authorized and budgeted 4 additional police officers in 2016. These positions will be deployed as a Crime Reduction Unit, and they will be attached to the municipal watches. And the Crime Reduction Unit will be a project-based unit with a mandate to proactively address areas of criminal concern, and the emphasis is placed on disorderly conduct, property crimes, and habitual offenders. Now, there was a study, and I believe when I mentioned when they were doing the Citizens Act, when they did the vital statistics survey, that 100,000 offenders in Great Britain cause half of the crime, 50% of the crime, and so that's a very small number of people that cause the majority of the problems. And the next step is drug enforcement. And the RCMP believe that a significant amount of the crime, both violent and non-violent, is a direct result of the drug trade. That's everything from the stolen cars, the break-ins, assaults, the gang-related activity, and the homicides. And the City of Grande Prairie lost both its local drug unit and property crime unit in 2012 when the resources were reallocated to the Alberta Law Enforcement Response Team. The detachment drug unit, consisting of at least 5 members, is a critical component to a successful crime reduction strategy, and this team should be engaged as soon as possible. Municipal support staff, in order to support the RCMP to provide increased operational policing, the municipal support staff must be addressed primarily in 3 functions. One is the shift assistants, and what they do is they work for the members, and in real time they will make those phone calls, take away some of the administrative burden that they have as far as their files, and keep officers on the road. CPIC entry, and this unit is responsible for entering vital police information, that's warrants, stolen property, officer safety alerts, emergency protection orders. They also modify any orders that come from the court, and that's all in the national database. And this is a critical high-risk function. And lastly, an analyst. An analyst is used to monitor and forecast trends. This information is used to efficiently target problem areas and people, and this position leads to more efficient use of personnel. Now, as far as an analyst goes, there's 2 types of analysts that you have. One, you have a strategic analyst, and the other is a tactical analyst. A strategic analyst will pull out crime trends and say that we're having these types of crimes in the city, and we can use that for a crime suppression team to go over after that particular type of crime. And a tactical analyst, we call those, or they're more of the smoking gun analysts, where something has happened. Then they look at that, analyze it, and give us possible suspects, people that we should be looking at. And police resource strategy. And what we're asking for is a target for police resourcing. that be established, and recommend that the city pursue reaching the resource averages for our comparators within 10 years. The process should be identified to ensure municipal support, staff resourcing has a formula to parallel the increase in police officers. Because what happens is that when we have more police officers, there's going to be more work. And when there's more work, then we need people to do the additions to CPIC, and we need shift assistance as well. Now, this is a police resourcing strategy. I'm suggesting that for 2016, if council authorizes us to open a drug unit, that would be an addition of 5 to the 4 that have already been authorized. And 2017 and 18, another 4. If we were going to be the average for policing in Alberta, we would need 8 police officers a year for 7 more years until 2025. And that would bring us up to the average of other municipalities. And this presentation has illustrated some significant challenges, and the RCMP management team is committed to improving our level of community safety. This will be accompanied by engaging community building partnerships, utilizing best practices, and fostering innovation. Thank you. And if you have any questions.
Sure. So thanks very much, Inspector McKenna. Any questions for our presenters? Councillor Rice.
So would I be wrong in suggesting you could have some efficiencies if your CPEC system interfaced with BC's?
Oh, the CPIC does. It is the Canadian Police Information Centre computers, and it's a national. So if there's a warrant in Prince Edward Island, we will have that.
Well, one of your computer systems does not interface with BC.
That's the Pro system, and they use in BC they use another one, a BC Prime they call it, which is a Versadex, and which is a separate system. So the Pro system, the Pro's police reporting occurrence system, that's across the country, except in British Columbia, which has its own specific one. There's also a cost to a computer system, and it's actually cheaper to have to use the Pro system than it is the BC Prime system. So there's a cost per police officer for it. But that's something that would also be out of my hands. I would personally think that we should all be on the same one, and eventually I'm sure that will happen.
One more if I can.
Just to add to that, Councillor Rice, we do have access to BC Prime, but not real time. We have to ask permission to access their records.
Which is what happened in the last Amber Alert. That's why there was a delay. Now, you mentioned, you used the figure that we have a regional presence of 250,000, but in all your presentations, you reference 68,000 something. So I don't know how the regional factors in, and if you have also, when you're looking at the number of officers, I think the province pays for the rural members. So do you factor in the city would need this many, but they should also increase their presence? We can't be expected to police 250,000 with a 68,000 population.
That's right. No, I agree with you. And so the numbers that come out are only from the 68,000. And just knowing that we're a hub, and there are 250,000 people from within the entire area that'll come to Grande Prairie and use the services here. But everything we do we've asked for is based on the 68,000. Now, as far as the other areas go, such as the areas in the county, there's a provincial formula, and there's also a based on the workload. So based on the workload, they will ask for another person or another 2 people or 3 people, and that would be with the province. And every year they sit down with how many resources are allocated, and then they will put those resources in the places with the higher need. Now, there are some communities that are in very high need for more police officers, and so where the county would sit on that list, I'm not certain. But I know there's communities such as Assumption and others that have a much higher crime rate.
But
just Councillor Rice, one thing that is related to this question, Inspector McKenna, at the presentation at committee level, you shared a little bit of context about the urban service areas of some of the other municipalities that use as comparators. Can you maybe speak to that?
Oh, yeah.
The population number that you used for comparison?
Well, not only that, when you take a look at all of the statistics that are coming in from Statistics Canada, there's specifically municipal, and then there's the rural component of each one of those places as well. So all the information that we have is directly from the municipal portion of Grande Prairie. There's a separate set of statistics for the rural area surrounding. And if you take a look at those areas, it's significantly different than what the municipal has as far as crime severity and those kind of things.
So just, I believe you made this point though at the committee level that Wood Buffalo, for example, the number of officers is for their urban or municipal side,
Yes.
not for their combined.
We're comparing municipal to municipal. We're not comparing.
And same for Strathcona County and the others.
Yes.
Yeah. So any of those other areas where they had also a provincial area component weren't included in the numbers for those other municipalities. That was part of, I think, where you're going.
That's my point. Is that if I was a drug dealer, I'm assuming that I wouldn't spend much time hanging around a street corner in the county since there isn't any. I would come to Grande Prairie. So, the fact that that's where the crime is going to occur is in the urban setting. Mm-hmm. So, since we're a regional center, which Lethbridge isn't so much of, say, for example, then, or Medicine Hat, then is the formula reflective of that, or is it, like you're comparing municipalities that isn't fair, in my opinion?
Well, and all municipalities, I agree, are different. But it's that when we do the comparison too, we have rural resources as well, and we don't include any of those. And we're very unique. And well, I say there are other communities who have similar challenges. Red Deer would be one of them. And there's a large amount of people in the rural area who use Red Deer, and there's a lot of traffic between Calgary and Edmonton as well. But there are other municipalities. Red Deer, I would think, would be one of them.
And I guess I'm not making myself really clear. Is that no, you didn't include the rural members.
No, I didn't. No.
But what I'm saying is, then how can I be assured that their numbers aren't light? That it's not just our numbers that are light?
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't pull out the rural members or the rural statistics for this presentation, but the crime in the rural area isn't nearly as significant as it is here in the city, in the municipality.
But that's my point. Of course it isn't, because they're coming into Grande Prairie.
Yes.
I don't think you're going to find anybody that's going to disagree with that point, Councilor, especially up there. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if your point is that we need to see more provincial resources,
yeah,
I think we would probably see an agreement with that from the presenters as well. Yeah, absolutely. I see a few others in the queue. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Just to follow up on Councillor Rice's comments, although the transactions, if you want to call them, may be happening in the city, the effects of crime are absolutely regional. So I feel that, or I'm curious rather, has there been any discussion at the county council level in regards to support that they can offer to alleviate crime that happens in the city but is a regional problem?
Well, actually, there has. I don't know if you want to speak to this, John.
Yes, we appeared before County of Grande Prairie Council a couple of weeks ago and provided a presentation, not unlike this one, just to reflect their numbers and challenges in the county. The county employs 4 enhanced members, and their response to our presentation was to immediately approve one of those members converting from uniform to plain clothes. And so we've immediately engaged that member. He is working with our plainclothes team. He's focused on county issues that typical general duty member could not undertake: surveillance, warrant writing, things like that. There's been an immediate impact. Some of the armed robberies you heard of in the last few days in the media, we were able to arrest somebody yesterday and solve 4 of those. So the county is cognizant of their challenges, but as far as response, we certainly enjoy what we saw.
But no discussion of increased budgeting for additional members from their part?
Well, as the inspector alluded to earlier, that there is a provincial formula that...
but they fund for themselves.
That's
so
right.
Was there any discussion of funding more themselves?
Where we left that discussion is that at the next quarterly report, we would consider requesting that they add a second plainclothes
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Just a couple questions. 5 years on council, I've never seen statistics of, I've seen 78 officers up there, but really you're allocated 84 for this year. Am I correct, or, 80, or is it 88, or with the additions? Can you?
It's 88.
88. Yes. So you're a little bit short again, if you're saying 78 up there.
Well, that's right, but 5 of those have gone to alert. 5 are gone to alert. And then we have what they call funded positions. And what happens is we have a few positions, I believe it's 4, that are over and above the funded positions. And the reason for that is that with transfers, it takes some time. Someone can leave Grande Prairie, sell their house immediately, but we wait 6 months for the backfill. And so those extra 4 positions on paper, although they're unfunded, they allow us to stay as close as we can to the 78.
The 78 as well is the actual number of officers in the city, and those are the numbers that we pay for. Because obviously not all positions are filled all the time, so the city, there's an adjustment. The amount that you have authorized is never the same as the number that you actually have boots on the street.
A few more questions. Thank you, Mayor Given. Another one is, we always say that city residents' property taxes pay for majority of the RCMP in Northwest. I never heard a funding formula of how many officers are in Beaver Lodge, how many 20,000 county representatives pay for officers. We pay bylaw and sheriff. Keep them out of it. Okay? We both do the same thing. I've never seen a chart to say for 20,000 residents in the Grande Prairie County, how many officers are actually being paid for by the county of Grande Prairie because of policing funding. I think it's like an umbrella cloud where a lot of activity is being made for linear assessments. I haven't seen for MDA Greenview, and I haven't seen a chart for, I think I've seen for Beaver Lodge, and where there's a couple, where's the other detachment? There's Beaver Lodge, Valley View, and Valley View is MDA Greenview. I would love to see a chart as a citizen of Grande Prairie, with my taxes one of the highest in the province, a chart of this model, because it's almost like it's hidden under the provincial funding model of how things are being done. And property taxes, we're paying for 84 right now, or 88 maybe, and 5 go to alert or 4. I'd like to see how this provincial funding management is working for the citizens of the city of Grande Prairie. Can we see those charts?
I'd bring up client services for exactly how that works. Client services, I certainly wouldn't be prepared because I don't know how exactly that is worked out. But certainly we could get a presentation from client services about how that works for the provincial jurisdictions.
Okay, my final one, Mayor Gibbon.
Just a second to see Mr. Wyatt wants to respond as well.
As far as municipalities are concerned, there's also thresholds where you pay for policing. So unless you have meet the threshold of 5,000 residents as a municipality, you don't pay for policing. It's all provincially funded. Then after that, from 5 to 15, you pay 70% of the cost of policing. Then anything above 15,000 is 90%. Obviously, the city falls in there. Now remember, that talks about individual municipalities. So to say the county of Grande Prairie was made up of a number of different municipal areas, so it doesn't necessarily fit.
No, just actually, so I appreciate the explanation. The legislation says if you're an urban municipality under certain population thresholds, or if you're a rural municipality, you have no requirement to pay, no matter what your population is. So we just need to make a clear distinction there. I know in the policing world there's municipal, and that sort of is urban, but for us, the county is in fact a municipality, and they have no requirement to pay because they are a rural municipality. To their credit, they do pay for 4 officers.
4 for 20,000. Okay, thank you, Mayor Gibbon. Just going to finish up. So we need those statistics because in 5 years of being a councillor, this provincial funding formula has been very cloudy, and it always goes back to cover it. Another one is a comparison that Councillor Rice was bringing up. You got some numbers up there, and I don't disagree. You might need 20 or 40 officers, but how the funding and formula and equalization is going to become, provincial government may have to step in. You use Fort Murray as a regionalization, Strathcona, and then Dawson Creek and Fort St. John, which their regional funding money is transferred. Just Dawson Creek alone, 10 million alone for 12,000. We have some major problems up here that I think might be provincially to look at, and not just the citizens of the City of Grande Prairie property taxes. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill. Gentlemen, there's a big ask over the next 10 years, lots of officers and stuff, and an ask immediately right now. I just have a couple of questions on space and time. With the space in our detachment, accommodating the new officers immediately, and then in the future, how soon would we have to build a new detachment or expand on the old one?
That's a really good question. And the city has approved a new furniture for the office, which will extend the life of the building quite substantially. And I believe we can put in another 15 to 20 places for officers to sit. And it's one of the things about 24-hour detachment policing is that one chair can accommodate 4 people.
Awesome. Not all at the same time, though.
No.
Okay, the other question is really on time with the municipal support staff. How much time would employing these positions actually save our officers in a, let's say, a day-to-day business and allow them to be on the streets more?
Quite a bit. Quite a bit. You know, I listened to some of the comments from the members. You know, it's 10 minutes of, you know, the police work, and then the rest is 2 hours of paperwork. Right now, the municipal support staff, they do things like they create our court packages for us. They will link some things in prose. They'll do the additions of CPIC. What we're looking for, too, is for them to make the phone calls that need to be done, writing off concluding files of a minor nature that are for information only, all of those. And unfortunately, what we're doing right now with the municipal staff is we're giving them double duties. And so what happens is we'll say someone, you're shift assistant, but at the same time, all of this CPIC has come in, so you have to do that as well. And so they will be doing both CPIC and trying to help the members. And it's, when you have this much work and you have this many resources, you have to knock things off the table. And so one of the things that comes off the table is making those phone calls for the members, phoning a tow truck. So if I'm a policeman and I'm pulling a vehicle over, then the expected, I have to write in my notebook of everything that's going on, and then I'll have to access my computer to do any computer queries, to look for warrants and all those other things, and update my file. And then on top of that, I'm taking a phone, and I'm going to be phoning around, trying to phone a tow truck or whatever else I'm going to need. And it's having somebody at the office who can do that, that takes a large burden off of them. And when they come back to the office, with the pros is a great records management tool, but it's very labor intensive. So we have a database of tens of thousands of people, and so what you'll have to do for your file is you'll have to go and find that one person, link that to the file, and then there's a lot of work as well as the scoring as for Statistics Canada and all those other things, and that takes the policeman quite a bit of time. But if we have a municipal staff who's probably much faster at typing than I am or any of the police officers are, it's a more efficient use of resources.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple more, Bill, if I may. Sure. So again, on the question of time, what are our timelines? If we were to move ahead with funding these new positions and getting them in place, how soon could we get the officers on the street as well as the municipal support staff in the office?
There is, that's a very good question. And there is the short answer is that the RLU submission that comes in April, and that's when they could be approved. However, what we can do, I'm going to try to do, is if they're authorized, is as far as the members go, bring members in supplementary to establishment, they call it STE, put them into STE positions, form the drug unit as fast as possible from members that we already have, backfill their positions with SDE until the RCMP Human Resource program, that's the RLU submissions is all completed. And the backup of the first step is for the Minister of Public Safety to authorize, because they'll pay 10% of the costs, authorize the new members, and then there's the RLU. But again, in the meantime, what I'll try to do is bring in STE people.
Okay, and it's good to hear that we're going to get 10% knocked off potentially. But that was my next question. Is really in the financial. In the meantime, it appears we're sort of in a crisis situation right now with crime and violent crime and stuff. Is there anything that the province or K Division can offer for the interim solution as far as like getting these people here now? Like we'll fund them now, like obviously later when they come in, but is there any funding assistance through the province or through K Division that will get people here now that, to respond to our crisis, so to speak?
There's been a few things. One is the members from Wood Buffalo that came down. We've also brought in our roving traffic unit, and any other resources that I can get, I will I will try to secure. I've rang the alarm bells because we're number one on the crime severity index and the violent crime severity index, and that's something that's unacceptable. And so I've asked for all the resources that I can get, and that just includes just the human resources, but even other resources, not human resources, but we look at hard body armor, carbines, all those things. Since we are, as you say, in a bit of a crisis, that we've started getting the shipments of all of those things, and we've been put in the top of the priority list.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Rice.
So how effective are other resources in alleviating your workload? And I'll use two examples. Recently, one of the radio stations on their website had a picture taken from electronic surveillance or, security system. The picture was so good, the guy could have printed it and framed it and given it to his mother for Christmas. So obviously, if you got that clear a picture of a perpetrator, it's got to make your job easier in my world. Secondly, crime prevention went door to door to a lot of businesses over the summer saying, here's how you deal with a situation, here's what to do, here's who you contact, giving them tools to do that. So do those type of resources assist you in alleviating some of the officers' workload?
Very much, very much. The cameras are excellent. I know the city has a program where they match with grant funding too for businesses, and that is very helpful. Now, as far as the actual investigations and some of the armed robberies, I'll let John speak more to this about how useful the cameras have been.
Yes, we encourage obviously all businesses to utilize camera surveillance. It does assist us greatly in identifying persons responsible. Keep in mind that even though we have as good a photo as you allude to, if the individual denies that is him or her, we still have to do the full-blown investigation. So although the leverage is good for us in terms of the investigation, the workload typically remains the same. With respect to the armed robberies in the city, we have had some success, and we're anticipating additional success. Video surveillance is in large part responsible, or it can take credit for that. So I would certainly encourage all businesses to utilize those systems. They do assist, if that makes your question any clearer.
Okay. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. I think Councillor Thiessen addressed most of my points. I did want to thank you for the presentation. There's a lot of valuable information there. Most people can probably relate to the fact that crime never seems as bad as it is until it happens to you personally. So the violent crime severity index is a really important factor for me, as well as the caseload statistics. I think that the expectations of our members currently is unrealistic, and I empathize with them and give them credit to the work that they've been doing based on, in some circumstances, an unfortunate work environment. I'm curious, though, in the numbers. I absolutely support the request and the numbers. I'm curious, though, the 2016 numbers, is it realistic? Can we get them? I don't want to budget money to 2016 that just sits there that I have to come back next year and deal with again. Like, if you're going to get them, let's put it there. But if you're not, let's be realistic about them when the members will show up.
And that's a very good question as well, and a very good comment. I agree. And so I've asked to have the members, the 4 that have been authorized, as close to January 1st as possible.
Okay. And another 5, though, And
another 5, that's right. And so what we could do is we'll create we will start it internally, and we will take people off of our floor, and that will be good in those positions, and backfill them. And we do get a number of recruits. It's one of the things that when you're a member and you're going to transfer to one place, you find that the workload is very, very heavy. Anyone who comes to Grande Prairie has to be ready for that. 157 criminal code files. It's a stack of files, and with each member, I can't guarantee that every file will get the attention that they deserve, and that's unfortunate. And I find myself having to go back and getting people to reinvestigate files because something wasn't handled well, and that is a lot to the caseload.
Inspector McKenna, you mentioned the caseload and recruitment, but what would your assessment be of the reputation of the workload and the number of cases per member? And how does that impact Grande Prairie's ability to recruit experienced members?
That would be if you're in a detachment somewhere where you have a caseload of 60 or 70 files and you think that you're busy. Well, you come to Grande Prairie, you're going to be very, very busy. And so that is something that it is difficult to attract people for that reason. The one reason they will come is for career advancement, for opportunities. So opportunities maybe to go on to a plainclothes section. Once they show that they can do very well working with the city, and then we can transition them or give them small stints within the plainclothes section. And then after that, if they're up to snuff, then they can get into one of the plainclothes sections. And the more opportunity they have, the more attractive it is for them. But we do have a lot of recruits as well.
So is it fair to say that the high caseload is an attractive thing for new recruits, saying that there's lots of work, but it may be a challenge in terms of recruiting experienced members who might say, been there, done that, and I don't need that
Very much
level
so.
of work?
Very much so.
You're absolutely correct, Mayor. Given it, if you take a typical member, they get paid the same amount of money regardless of the workload. But having said that, with our workload, with the members in uniform and the members that we recruit over to the plainclothes side, the standards are the same as they exist in any detachment. So because we're busier does not mean we let things go or triage files to the point where we're only going to work on the most serious. We do look after everything. It just increases to the level of busyness.
Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon, and thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. I think there was excellent information there, and it's very valuable in making these decisions. I guess just to preface my question, I think it's very unfortunate that we have to ask these questions regarding, city, county, and sort of I think there's a number of inequities that are inherent within the system, and so it's unfortunate we have to go that way. But being as the system is, just a question in regards to the municipal support staff. So we were asking for several more to be funded here. Will those be? Can we be assured that those will be focused on city resources and assisting city staff, and that it's not going to be funding outside of the city?
Yes, well, actually, it's one of the things about being in a detachment is what we do is we take what we get of the public servants that we get from having the rural detachment, and we put them doing things such as finance, and they take the burden off in other areas. And so we share the workload equally between all of the support staff. And so if I do have someone doing CPIC, well, they will be doing a rural file, but it's a much smaller amount. But at the same time, we'll take someone who's a public servant and we'll have them working on city finances and doing other functions. We also have public servants doing CPIC as well. So it's a shared, and they will also do city files as well. But just to divide it down might be very difficult because then you have to make two records management systems as opposed to having one. And then, of course, if you have two systems, then you'll find all kinds of new inefficiencies. But if we have one, it'll be more efficient.
Just to be clear, if I can follow up on Councillor Tarrant's question. So does the county currently fund any administrative support for the RCMP?
No, the county doesn't. The county doesn't, but what happens with the provincially, when we have a certain amount of members, then we automatically get a certain amount of public servants. And we put the public servants into the process.
So any administrative support for the rural side of the detachment is provided for by the province?
Yes, by the province. And that is allocated to
the overall use of the detachment. I understand. Yeah, thanks.
Sir, is that the case with the enhanced officers the county provides funding for, or is that they don't have any funding for this support, municipal support?
They don't come with support.
No.
So that's something that the city is paying for. Okay.
They do have, I know some of them work out actually right out into the county. And so they would access some of our municipal support, but it is not nearly to the same level as the members who are working in the office.
A number of the enhanced positions actually work right out of the county building, so they would get their regular support.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. Just a couple quick questions. We've seen the charts and everything, and we live here, so we know we're seeing it. You don't have to look far to see someone strung out on something. So that's just a simple way it is, math in Grande Prairie or wherever you're working or living. A lot of these charts you got for Grande Prairie, you're saying 100,000, and you brought 6 homicides up, and 3 of them are in the county or MD Greenview where they've happened. Doesn't matter, it could be city residents. I always hear about regional or region, but really the funding's not being regionally funded. The question I'm getting to, all these statistics you give us and these numbers for citizens of Grande Prairie, these are kind of construed. I think there's, you brought up your message here about so many break-ins, and it's not all within the city.
That's correct. It's all within the
All
city.
in the city.
You mean all those out in Grovedale, Sexsmith,
4 of the 5 homicides occurred in the city of
right
Grande.
in the city?
4 or 5, yeah.
Sexsmith occurred, obviously, in Sexsmith.
Okay. And the one in MD. Okay.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill, and thank you again, gentlemen, for your report. I appreciated it on Tuesday and again here today. And thank you for your answers to the questions. Just need a little more clarity on one of the first questions I asked in regards to space and also in funding and looking towards the future. So we have new furniture. That's going to accommodate 15 to 20 new members. But looking over the chart here, that's going to get us to 2019, essentially, as far as the number of people that we can put in our own detachment. So I think maybe food for thought for council, that we know we're going to have to build another detachment soon, but it appears maybe sooner than we thought. What is your anticipation of when we need to build another detachment in order to accommodate all these? And just looking at potentially if we were going to move forward from 2019 to 2025 and add 8 new members every single year.
Well, it's a very good question.
Actually, on the budget,
Sir, Mr. Ryan, if you could just pull the microphone so it's facing you, sit a little bit closer.
the last budget that the city did last year, there was provisions to build a new detachment, probably something that was going to be working with the fire department detachment and possibly even a public works building, all combined. That was put in. It's not funded, but I believe the year targeted would have been 2018 or 19 to look at buying or acquiring the land,
Yeah.
right, which would be the first step in that process. Once we got that, then of course, a lot of it's going to be driven as well by the fire department because they need to be in a specific area for their response times, where we're a little easier. The only thing that we've requested is that to make sure it's on the east side of the tracks was one of the ideas, so that we have, in case there's some kind of problem with train.
So there's that potential that even before we start building, we could be bursting at the seams, like within our own detachment.
And
Very true.
at the same time, if it's going to help alleviate the crime problems, we'll do our level best to try and work within the confines of what we have already, whether that means moving other parts of the detachment that don't necessarily need to be in the building
That's right.
to different venues and that sort of thing. That might be what we have to look at.
Right now, we have the integrated traffic unit, which is housed inside the office. And if worst came to worst, we can ask them to find another home, another place to go. And that would free up about, is it 8 bodies? 8 positions.
Yeah, 8.
And what we're doing now is, right now we have workstations, and we're getting rid of all of that. Not workstations, we have cubicles. Now we're going right to workstations. So the same person will can sit in different areas, and they will not have their own particular little workstation. And that will give us a lot more chairs, a lot more computers, and a lot more office space.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Thanks, Bill.
Okay, thanks. I don't see any further questions except for Councillor Radburn. Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'd just also like to thank you for coming today and for your presentation. Very informative. My question is, when would potential funding sources be discussed and be shared? Is that when we get back to the referrals? This is the first question, and then I have one comment.
Sure, I'll maybe direct that to our Director of Community Safety. Monte?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is correct. During the presentation later on during the day, or potentially tomorrow morning, I will be speaking about 3 different options for sources of funding for the request that the RCMP is putting on the floor right now.
Thank you. So my comment would be that I really kind of applaud my colleagues for identifying a number of the advocacy issues and the inequities in funding and resourcing of policing in this province. So I would certainly support those perspectives. It gives us more information to advocate with the new government. And the other thing is, I am personally looking at, I think we have to look at short and long term. I understand it was useful to have the plan long term, but for me, I will be reviewing our needs annually. So we may want to put some funding in place, short and long, but still, I think that we have to look at next year. Our job today is to look at 216 and not assume that we're going to do 8, 8, 8, 8, 8 every year. Correct? Depends upon the funding availability, depends upon how our stats change, how our workloads change, a number of things change. So I will be focusing, as we discuss this further, on the next year primarily, with some look to the future, but I think we have to look at what's needed immediately. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Edmund. And just along maybe a bit of a similar thread, the suggestion or recommendation for a 10-year police resource strategy, I think is a useful concept to discuss. It's the first time that's been introduced to council. And there's probably some additional considerations like physical space requirements and other needs. And so maybe that would be an item that would be appropriate to refer to a standing committee, the 10-year police resourcing strategy, so that we can have a little bit more of a fulsome discussion about that. Obviously, there are more immediate portions, as Councillor Radburn identified, but probably would be appropriate to refer that to the appropriate standing committee so that we could have more discussion around that and dig into that issue and the consequences of any of that, of following a strategy like that. Councillor Radburn, would you care to do that?
To do that.
Sure. So Councillor Radburn makes a motion to refer the 10-year police resource strategy to the appropriate standing committee. We'll call for a vote on that. Please vote. Thank you. That motion carries. Thanks very much. So thanks very much, gentlemen, for the presentation. I guess we'll move into our regular budget presentations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I don't know if administration maybe needs a minute to get organized and set. 2 minutes, I see. So we'll just take a break here for a minute or two while administration gets organized to make our budget presentations. Okay, I think everybody's back in their seats and we're ready to get started with the regular budget presentations and deliberations. I see that our CFO, Mr. Ken Anderson, is at the presenters table and ready to get things started with an introduction and overview for us. Mr. Anderson.
Well, thank you and good morning. I'll try and follow an hour of law and order here. I don't know if I can keep it as lively. So we have the agenda for today as proposed by administration. Firstly, I was going to discuss capital project estimations, as there's been some recent discussions around that area. Do a summary of the 15 to 18 plan, the 4-year plan that was approved last year. Talk about the 2016 revenue expenditures and the capital funding that's available for the year. The risks that we have as a city and some of the optimization strategies that council may wish to consider. Recommended review process, and then we'll get into specifics around the referred items. Community growth, community living, and community safety have items. And then we'll look at the summary of the tax implications as they sit as of now. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the agenda that I've missed?
Councilor Rice?
Just a question. The provincial budget had some good news in it for us, such as FCSS money and infrastructure money. Is that reflected in these figures?
Yes, it is. And once we get to risks, I'll also talk about the provincial funding.
Thank you.
The first area I was going to talk about was capital project estimations. Our capital budget is full of estimations, as is our operating budget, and budgets are really a financial model based on information and assumptions at a point in time, and they immediately change thereafter. There's been some discussion lately about the amounts that we have in the capital plan, and my understanding is that sometimes people may see it as an absolute amount. That's the reflective amount of what it's ultimately going to be. So I'd like to talk about some of the factors that affect the estimation and some of the strategies that can be used to mitigate or optimize those risks. First has to do with the uncertainty versus the investment cost. When projects are first proposed, there's a lot of uncertainty around them. Some are more easily identified. For example, a road project, you can work out lane costs per kilometer. That's more definitive. But when you have a building, for example, and you have a concept of some functions that you want to operate in the building, there's a huge amount of uncertainty to it. And that's when we come up with estimates. And for the most part, that's what we base our capital plan on. We take high-level estimates of what we think it will be. Now, as you go into detailed design, as you clearly define the scope, you do put money into it, but you do better define the information that you have, so you have more accurate costs, but the information comes at a cost. And the second one is time and unit pricing. And there's really a couple of aspects here. Is most of the projects are anywhere from 1 to 4 years out. So when you look out for general inflation factors, 2 years ago, the economy in Alberta was booming away pretty good. Oil was beyond 100. Oil is now just over 40. And there's been a huge change in just the general economy of the province as a whole. So it's impacted a number of inputs. For example, employment has freed up a lot and has become much more economical. When you also look at, there's certain sectors of the inputs that are very specific. For example, when we did Eastlink a few years ago, there was a huge increase in the cost of steel. And that was mainly driven by what was going on in China at the time. So even though you have some general ideas of what costs should be, they can change quickly on you, or they can be quite specific. The third area is around market. And this is a good one when you look at recently the 68th Avenue Bridge. we had bids anywhere from 6 million to over 9 million. And the specifications for the bridge were quite clearly defined, so you'd think that everybody should have come up with similar prices. However, it really depends on the capacity of the work that these suppliers actually have at any given time, whether they're willing to pick it up or not. The ones at the higher end would have less capacity and would expect more return, so that's why their bids would be higher. And then there's scope changes. As you define functionality and uses of the building and refine what you want to use for finishes or the design of a building, the scope can change on you. You can also get into what's called scope creep, and that's what happens when people see new ideas or new functions that they want to build within the facility, and that can come from you, or it can come from consultants, it can come from staff, it can come from contractors. So you have to be wary of that as you go into it. So some of the strategies that you can use is, firstly, the clearer you can define a project, the better you can get on estimation. It's not a good idea just to say we want a building and here's kind of the thing that we're thinking of operating within the building. The clearer you can get at the beginning and the clearer you get as you go through the stages of the project, the better pricing that you can get up for it, so you can make decisions on it. You also have to look at project timing when you put projects out. For example, if you put a building out in tender for the fall, you're probably going to get into winter construction, which has a significant premium associated with it. And if you're looking at road projects, for example, you try and get them out at the beginning of the year as contractors start to build their portfolio of work for the year. So you have to be wary of when you want projects to get out there. Another thing you need to do is you need to continually update projects, what the functionality is, what the design is, what the estimates are. You can get better estimations through what they call quantity surveyors. They don't come cheap though, so that piece of information can cost you, but it can be useful as well. And then we get into sunk and prospective costs. A sunk cost is a cost that's occurred, a cost that can't be recovered. And at any given point in a project, what's behind you are the sunk costs and what it's going to take for you to complete are the prospective costs. And the issue people normally have is they can't detach themselves from the sunk costs. They've put in $100,000 into a project and they can't forget about that, even though they should be considering the project as a whole going forward. So they'll say stuff like, I put $100,000 into it, I'm not going to waste it, I'm going to go forward no matter what it costs. That's not the proper investment strategy decision to make. And you've seen a recent one of this actually in Peace River with Shell. They've decided to abandon a project, approximately $2 billion worth of cost. Most of them are sunk, some of them are prospective to close down the operation, but they looked at the investment as a whole at that point in time and decided to abandon it. And you need to do similar as well. And it's what you did when you did the leisure center. For example, you looked at it, facilities brought it forward at various intervals. They had costing associated with it. Yes, there was a cost to gather that information, probably $200,000 for design, for testing, as opposed to a $15 million project in the end, but that's the way you should be doing it. And look at it and forget about the sunk costs. Look about what you're going to pay and what you're going to get in the outcome going forward. And that's essentially the last point. When that information comes on a regular basis, you need to make a go, no-go decision. You look at the information at that point, you look at the resources required, the outcomes that you'll get, the community expectations, and forget about the sunk costs and make a decision at that point whether you want to abandon the project or proceed, which is what you did with the leisure center. And that was the appropriate way to do it, because sometimes what can happen is you can go out, you can put a project out, award the project, and before you know it, you get so wound up into the project that you can be getting change orders, which are hugely expensive, and before you know it, you're too far into the project that you can really abandon it. So it's the sooner you can get the information and work with administration at intervals to define that, the risk will be optimized. There's no way I'm not suggesting that you minimize or mitigate all risk. I mean, every organization is built around risk, and it's how you optimize risk. And these are some strategies I suggest we use as an organization going forward, and we did it with the Leisure Center. That's the slide on that, but I'll open it up to any questions you may have on this matter.
Any questions for administration? If there's none, we obviously have a long day ahead of us, and so there aren't any at this point. Understanding that we have risk and that there are ways to mitigate that or to optimize it, as Mr. Anderson said, maybe we'll move on.
Okay, a few pages here in the summary of the 15 to 18 plan. There's 2 slides on operating, there's 2 slides on capital. Just to refresh you and refresh the public of what we've agreed to. We talked about funding 12 additional RCMP officers over the 4 years. There will be some further to talk later today, whether that will increase or not. We have a new fire prevention officer for 2018, 5 bylaw officers to be converted to permanent, and 2 more to be recruited. 2 additional peace officers are being hired. We've assumed the operations of the South Bear Creek Park in 2015. Technical search and rescue will now receive $22,500 from 2015 to 17, and an increase in 2018 to $25,000. $110,000 for the Grande Prairie Youth Shelter. Volunteer Services Bureau gets $10,000 for a youth-related program, and $12,000 added to the sponsorship budget. We have the addition of $25,000 each year for the parks improvement grants. We maintain $50,000 annually for the seniors tax rebate program. We've added $6,100 per year for the Legion Remembrance Day ceremonies, which was yesterday. Low-income recreation access program increased from $90,000 to $150,000 in 4-year budget, along with the creation of the low-income transit program, and STARS funding of $50,000 per year. And a further $50,000 would be funded annually for Nighthawk operating. On the capital side, we had an additional $5 million invested in the Leisure Center upgrade, and that increased it to $11 million. However, we have changed that approach. I'll talk about that in a minute. Construction of the new South Bear Creek baseball diamond in 2016 at $400,000 and $340,000 for the refurbishment of the Wee Links golf venue in 2015, which is project is underway at the moment. $32 million for road rehab and overlay over 4 years. Community Knowledge Campus will see a $2.2 million investment in grandstands as well as lights, a score clock, and additional benches. Over $1 million over 3 years will upgrade the transit fleet with 4 30-foot buses. A feasibility study for the Performing Arts Center to be funded in 2015 for $40,000, and that would be across the street in the Montrose site. The downtown enhancement of $20 million over 4 years. The Montrose Greenway Concourse construction approved at a cost of $2 million. $500,000 in 2015 and 16 approved for SCORES partnership, and that's the agreement between the city and the school boards and the college for access to recreation space for students. Skateboard Park Master Plan and expansion receives $475,000 over 3 years. Twinning of both 92th Street and 68th Avenue over 15 and 16. 100th Anniversary Signs Project will receive $200,000. Entrance signs for the city are slated for design in 2016 at a cost of $150,000. And Nighthawk capital funding in 2015 and 16 for $177,000 and $116,000 respectively. So as you can see, it's a fairly aggressive plan with a number of initiatives in it. So for the 4 years, 15 through 18, what council approved last fall were annual property tax adjustments of 4.2%. When we completed the property tax bylaw in 2015, we actually brought the 4.2% down to 3.6%. And once you bring down the base, the following year actually requires a small adjustment upward. So the way it sits now for 16 is the 4.2% would sit at 4.5%. And I'll talk about that in a minute. So what we've done for 2016 is that we looked at the revenue to see if there's been any adjustments that we can make on it. As you remember, we have a 2016 contingency general of $250,000. Property tax growth for this year has been less than anticipated. We budgeted $2.5 million. We're at $1.75 million. It does look like it will improve for next year, though. Penalty revenue, $25,000 more. We've looked at all our investments, our portfolio, and what we can expect going forward. So we're expecting a further $1 million on the investment return side. Franchise fee revenue, which we receive from ATCO Electric, ATCO Gas, and Aquaterra, based on their growth, we're looking at $550,000. Tax sharing agreement with the county and the town of Sexsmith, growth out there, we're anticipating another $175,000. And the municipal policing grant, which is a provincial grant based on per capita, it's $216,000, and that would really relate to the census and the increase in the population.
Councillor Rice?
So, if annexation should occur in the next 2 months, how does this affect the budget?
Well, as far as annexation goes, we estimate costs for the annexed area at about $1 million. We expect that the tax revenue from that area will, for the main part, go back to the county and will decline over a period of time, whether that's 5 years or 10 years. In order to fund the annexation area and the services to be provided, we would fund it out of the Financial Stabilization Reserve, which has approximately $7 or $8 million. As the annexed area starts to develop, it's expected that within about 5 years, it will actually start to be a net generator of revenue to the city.
But for 2016, it doesn't affect the budget at all.
No, what we plan to do is when the annexation order is received with an effective date, we'll put together a plan, and essentially what we'll do is bundle together a number of services and bring it to council, and the intent would be to fund it through the reserve for 2016, and we'll see if we can build it in over the term, but as I said, it will the net cost will decline over the 5-year period. On the expenditure side, we've looked at street lighting, and we've talked about that in the past. So we've actually added $450,000 to the budget because the street lights are there and they need to be on and they need to be maintained. The Peace Library system is a per capita that is a result of the recent census, and we've recognized as the city grows, their needs should be reflective of our census as well, so we've adjusted it by $94,000. The total expenditure adjustment there is $544,000. So as I indicated, the net revenue generation for 16 would be $1.466 million. The expenditure side would be $544,000. That would give us a 2016 surplus of $922,000 to start off with. There are some recommended referrals in this plan in the presentation. They total $583,000, which would leave an operational surplus of $339,000, which would change that initial tax increase from the 4.5% I mentioned back down to 4.2%.
See a question from Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Kevin. Could you just talk about the, you talked about the municipal grants, policing grant that we get an increase in because of the per capita numbers with the census. Is there going to be, I don't see any numbers reflected in terms of our MSI and the federal gas tax. Is that the increased numbers?
That's actually the next slide coming up. Councillor Tarrant referred to the capital funding, and this is what this is. Now, what this shows is what we believe the capital funding availability will be at the end of December 2018. So that's 3 years out. So based on our estimations and what we know now, this is the funding that we have available for those 3 years. And there are some risks, and I'll get into that in a minute. So what we have is, and we've made a couple of adjustments here. As I mentioned before, the leisure center was funded off. It was funded off through $4 million in tax, and it also had $2 million in MSI. Of the $4 million in tax, $1 million went off to the floor projects at the Eastlink Center, as well as I indicated that a couple $100,000 had been spent in design and testing at the leisure center. So we're looking at about $2.7, $2.8 million, and we've actually put that back into capital tax here because you've referred the whole Bear Creek pool in its entirety here. So we thought it appropriate that all the funding that we have available should be here. And it's my understanding that the leisure center is not being considered as a project at this time. And we've added $2 million to the MSI. That was in the leisure center as well. So what we have here is we have capital tax, about $2.9 million. The general debenture is our legal borrowing ability as of the end of 18, even though the city does have a policy of 80% in place, but the legal provincially regulated one is $138 million. Facility renewal reserve is rather small, $27,000. Transportation levy reserve, $7.6 million. There are some limitations on that ability to use that reserve because they are contributed to by developers as they develop, and it's intended for adding 2 further lanes to arterial roads. That's the major intent. Future expenditure reserve is minimal. Public housing reserve is about $18,000, and that's to be used for social housing needs. Public reserve is $947,000. That's the only statutory reserve we have, and it's funds given in lieu of MR, and it's intended for the creation of parks recreation area, and that's what it has to be used for. Fleet reserve at $3.9 million is for the replacement and maintenance of all the mobile equipment that we have. Fire equipment reserve, $548,000, is intended for the smaller pieces of equipment. It's not intended for the fire trucks. The fire trucks are considered in the fleet reserve, not this reserve. Financial stabilization is $8.5 million, and that's intended to offset any fluctuations in the economic cycle that may affect us, as well as I indicated that would be used as a funding source for the annexation area to start off with. Cemetery reserve, $2.3 million, and the purpose of that is for the perpetual care of the cemetery when it ultimately does close. Pinnacle Ridge special tax is $6,000, and that's a special tax that occurs in the Pinnacle area for the maintenance of the fountains out there. Any surplus goes here, any deficiency would pull from here. Winter stabilization reserve is $1.5 million, which is a fairly small amount, considering what the costs can be if there's a major event. RCMP reserve is $300,000, and that's intended to fund off 2 officers. If the vacancies don't occur as we budget for them, it has the ability to pick up any shortfall there. The Municipal Sustainability Initiative grant at $5.3 million. That's the most significant provincial program that we have. Metropolitan funding is at $5,000. It's a fairly new piece of a program, the Alberta Capital Program, and it's intended for municipalities, $55,000 and 55,000 people and over, and it's per capita allocation. It is under consideration at this point, but it's still included in the provincial budget.
$5,000?
That's the $5,000 that would be unallocated as of the end of December 18. And the gas tax fund is the one federal program that we have, $1.4 million. So you can see the total available is $174 million, but the bulk of that is through borrowing.
And just to clarify, Mr. Anderson, the general debenture is basically how much room we have on our line of credit or our, to put it in sort of general terms for the public, it's, that's the credit card or, it's not cash in hand.
That's correct. It's not cash in hand. It's essentially borrowing the money, and then what happens is we have to build into the operational side the servicing of the debt through interest and principal repayments. So it's you get it now, but you pay it later.
Absolutely. Thank you.
What I have here is the long-term debt.
See, and speaking of debt, but I see Councillor Tarrant.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. So the numbers you do have there for MSI and for the federal gas tax, those do have the increase because of the census numbers in those?
Yes.
Okay. And just going back to talking about operating, there is a component through MSI that has operating. Do we see an increase there?
The operational piece of MSI is rather small, and for the most part, what most municipalities have done is just used it for capital, and they allow that. I mean, it's really a small piece, and we've built in the operational piece right into here.
Perfect.
On this slide, I'm showing you the long-term debt, and it's for the 4 years, 15 through 18, based on estimates. Shows the debt held in the second column, and the debt limit, that's the legal debt limit. It's mandated by the province. And then I have the percent of the limit. Also, when you look at the debt, you also have to consider it's not purely city debt. It also includes some debt for the airport. They've had a couple of projects borrow for their runway and for their terminal, so we do carry their debt. They provide us the debt servicing for it, so there is no impact on the city. So if you peeled that off, you'd probably be closer at the end of 18 down to about $100 million purely for the city. And it has come down fairly significantly because there aren't many projects being funded by borrowing in the 4-year period. Currently it sits at two. $6.5 million for the 68th Avenue Bridge and $5 million for the expansion of the service center. There's no major facility construction in this 4-year period. And it doesn't include the leisure centers. I indicated before we had added money to the capital plan for the leisure center, but we've discounted it from here. So I've shown you the capital funding here, but there's risk comes with that. The province just recently announced a budget, and the budget for 15-16 is fixed. The amounts looking forward look favorable to the city. They are based on estimates. They are similar to us, as when they get closer to the time, they'll look at the situation and decide whether estimates will become reality or estimates will be adjusted. So there's always a risk that grants could be adjusted going forward based on the economic situation in the province. I talked about the reduced property tax growth in 2016. We budgeted $2.5 million every year, and we got $1.75 million for 16. However, going forward to next year looks quite good on the commercial side. There's 5 hotels in construction at the moment. So I think we'll be fine for 17. It's too early to predict what 18 will be, but on the commercial side, it looks good. On the residential side, it's quite limited as numbers of new houses go, just due to the economy. Annexation I had mentioned, and the intent is not to impact the taxes in 16 when annexation actually occurs. We do anticipate it occurring sometime in 16. And for 16 and for the near to medium term, it will probably be funded through the Financial Stabilization Reserve, which has capacity to do that. And that's an appropriate purpose for it. We do have limited capital funding here. And I showed you the capital balances. You realize that's at the end of 3 years. So, and there's a lot of referred items here. And also, of course, there's also on the non-financial side, there's community needs and expectations, both on the service provision side, but also on the tax side. So eliminating one risk causes risks in other areas. When you look at some strategies you may want to consider, when you look at the capital plan and you look at the referrals, and you're going to have to set priorities. You may have to defer something. Either it's funded or it's referred. You will have to look at borrowing, and when you're looking at borrowing, I mean, as I indicated, borrowing is fairly minimal over the 4-year period here, but you should be borrowing for the right types of projects. Don't normally borrow for any kind of road type projects because the life expectancy of a road is rather short. It is justifiable for the 68th Avenue Bridge because that bridge is good for 40 years, has a long term to it. So really you need to tie a borrowing term to the life expectancy of the asset. You'll also have to look at the utilization of grants. As you can see, there is not a lot there, and they are subject to change because we have no control over that. I also suggest that we finalize, and that's normally what we do, and in the spring, before we do the property tax bylaw, we'll know the provincial budget, hopefully, as well as the federal budget and any impacts on us. So we'll know where those capital amounts are really going for the year. And then we can we'll also look at the school requisition side. So we'll have all the information available that we can finalize the budget for them. And also, as I indicated, the capital funding capacity is fairly limited here. So when it comes to year end, my suggestion is that we transfer apart the 2015 surplus, which is projected to be $2.8 million at this point, into the capital plan. It's the future expenditure reserve that it would go, but it's essentially taxes is what it is, so it can be utilized for anything. So my suggestion at year end, assuming we finish at $2.8 million, would be 1/3 of it would go to this capital reserve. 1/3 of it would go to the winter stabilization reserve, being that it's only sitting at 1.4, and the rest would go to the financial stabilization reserve, which is going to be used as our annexation fund. But we'll talk more about that once we finalize the year end. So in the review process, we have a number of items here, and suggested way to go is that as we go through them, administration will give you an overview. You do have copies of all the reports that referred these items to this process. So administration will give an overview. You can seek clarification at that point. You see a few of them with check marks, and those are the recommended ones for funding. And on the operational side, I've shown you that total amount, about $500,000. Operating budget is with an O, capital budget is with a C. Sometimes it can go either way because if it's property taxes, period. You may want to discuss and debate them at the end of the presentation. You may want to do it during the presentation. I'm not sure how you wish to do it. But when you look at the amount, $1 million in the budget on the property tax side equates to about a 1% property tax.
See Councillor Radburn in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Yeah, just actually, I don't have a question. I just want to make a comment, and then I won't. Helen will hold me to this. I won't mention this as we get into the debates. But part of the framing of my perspectives on a number of these referral items is this limited flexibility with respect to grants for capital. We basically now have, as you've just noted, 2.9 in capital tax and 5.3 in MSI, largely because of the referral of those funding from the Leisure Center. Future expenditures is basically nothing there. And so, and the point I wanted to make was that those amounts of money are available to us right now without any other changes for 2 more budget reviews. 1 more of this council next year, and then the first year of the new council. So these amounts, counting today, are really what we have for 3 budget review sessions. Thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Just a clarification, the first slide you showed was
Was the agenda.
Well, yeah, okay. Approved items or something.
There was a summary.
Yeah,
of
what's
things
approved?
that were already in.
Yeah, there it is. or I think, okay, yes. Can we remove some of those?
Ms. Anderson?
Council establishes a budget, and council can adjust the budget at any given time if they wish.
Okay, so when will that come up to take stuff out of there?
We don't actively have a slide in here, but council can decide when they wish to bring it up and how they wish to bring it up. But
Yeah, we should probably have a discussion about process at this point before we get into the presentations from administration. Council, what's our wish? Do we want to deal with items as administration presents them, discuss, debate, and vote on them? Do we want to hear the presentations, or do we want to hear the presentations of all of the items and then discuss, debate, and vote on them at the end? We've kind of done it different ways in the past, and I just want to seek some clarity on what council is feeling would be a right way to do it this year. Any sense of that, council members? Councilor Logan, if you can turn your microphone on.
I like the idea of making decisions as we go, with the caveat that we can have a final review.
Okay, sure. And certainly that's the case. Council could vote on items as they come up to give administration direction. We could see what the results of that look like. And then if council wishes to reconsider an item based on those overall results, obviously that's absolutely possible. Any other thoughts? Any other thoughts on the process? Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor. Given I'm actually the complete opposite. I'd rather hear and see everything and decide it all at the end. So, but I'm good either way.
Okay. Anyone else? Sure, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor.
There you go.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Mayor Given. One of the processes council used in the past was a system where you'd listen to the presentations. If ones that interested you, you'd flag for further discussion later. And if you didn't, if you said what staff's recommending at this time is fine, whether it's a check mark or not a check mark, and if no one talks about it, then it's not considered later. So that's a system that you used before.
Sure. So how do we feel about that, council? If there's an item that we wish to take an action other than what's recommended, right? If it's in, if we wish to flag it for consideration of being removed, or if it's out and we wish to flag it for consideration of it being in, then we would do that as we go through the presentations. Maybe that's sort of a cross between the two systems, so we get a chance. If no action is taken, just to be clear, if no action is taken to flag the item, then administration's recommendation is what would stand. Councilor Rice?
I like that idea. It's worked very effectively in the past, and I see no reason it won't work. It focuses us very efficiently.
Okay, sure. And then just with respect to the question that Councilor Rice asked about other items that may not show up in the presentation, I think after admin's presentation, if there are specific items that council members would like to either ask a question about or identify, we'll do that at the end of the admin presentations. And a council member could raise something to have it flagged and discussed. We put it into that list of flagged items and then discuss them all after that. Okay. Okay. Does that sound? I'm getting some head nods, some affirmative agreement on that. So that's the process that we'll use. Council will flag items they wish to discuss and debate. If an item is not flagged, then administration's recommendation is what would be carried on in the plan. Okay. Mr. Anderson.
Okay, Mayor Given, we are going to start in the service areas, community growth, community living, and community safety. So the first area is community growth, and I'll refer that to the director.
Director Miyagi. I think from your station is fine. Sure.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'd like to, we have two items from community growth. The first item is the infill facade improvement strategies program that's being proposed. At As the report indicated, there was a recommendation for a $2 million one-time capital funding, and it can flow through operations depending on how the program is to be managed. The 2 million was a recommendation based on an amount. It's not locked into that, obviously, and it could go into a variety of options in terms of funding. I guess what's important.
Mr. Miyagi, I don't know if anybody else has additional questions about this or needs additional explanation, but this is certainly something that I'd like to discuss in more detail and have a vote on. I see that it's not recommended at this point, so I can save the explanation at this point if that's helpful and flag it for discussion later. Does anybody else on council wish to have more explanation at this point from the director? Okay. Okay.
Great. Okay. Thank you. The second item was an item that came to council not too long.
Okay. Councillor Rice is asking to flag the PAZA Peace Airshed Zone. Okay. It's currently not included. Councillor Rice is highlighting that. Okay.
Great. That's all I have.
Okay. That was it. Okay. We'll move on to our community living director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item is a two-part request looking at changes to the physical museum building. The first one is an addition that would accommodate short-term needs of the South Peace Regional Archives with a small addition and a creation of a new entrance to that building for the archives. The second part of this for $400,000 is also to address a factor in the museum building, whereby we have currently some portable trailer type units attached to the back of the building that are primarily used for storage. Because of significant ground shifting, those units have to be repaired and or replaced. The $400,000 that's requested in this budget would be to physically replace that and build an actual addition onto the museum. Other options would be to to replace the trailers using screw piles or some other method. And of course, the low cost option would be just simply to look at storage in another area. A suggestion has been made that there may be other room in other facilities, such as the old leisure center building, for some of that storage.
Councillor Radburn.
I'd like that item flagged, please.
Okay, so Councillor Radburn will flag the South Peace Regional Archives and Grande Prairie Museum building projects. Director Roth.
So then the next item would be the Hermit Lake Schoolhouse project. Of course, this...
Councillor Rice, you want to flag that? Okay. Okay, Director Roth.
The next item is the operating budget for the Eastlink Center. As of course you're aware that the operating budget for the Eastlink Center for 2014 was frozen as a result of the financial deficit that was incurred there. And you did approve a 2015 one-year operating budget pending the review processes and all the recommendations being implemented. We do need to move forward with seeking a operating budget for 16, 17, 18 to finish off the fiscal cycle. This operating budget essentially only amortizes existing costs into that budget. There are no projected programming increases other than things that are mentioned in the review. All the items in the review are being implemented. And there are no significant changes in staffing other than the conversions of positions, which I'll speak to in a minute. The operating costs you'll see in 2016 do go up because there are some staffing costs relating to that are essentially just overhead types of costs that do have to be realized in 2016, but they do go back down in 2017, and that's just a reflection of how our pay periods and some other factors work. We also anticipate that our revenue will go up at a roughly about the same rate as the rate of inflation, so that it offsets future increases in our expenses at the Eastlink Center as we move forward.
Mr. Roth, can you just clarify, you mentioned about the pay periods at the committee level. It was my understanding that 2016 has an additional pay period and that only happens every so many years. Can you just restate that and remind me of exactly what that was?
So I understand it's 11 every 11 years, the way the calendar cycle falls, there's an extra pay period that does get allocated to the departments. All other city departments do have this built into their budget. It's just that it shows specifically with Eastlink Center to be quite significant. Bearing it in context that a pay period is roughly about $300,000 for Eastlink Center.
So the additional funds that are requested there for 2016 are actually less than that additional pay period.
That is correct.
So if it weren't for that pay period, the funds would actually be lower.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
The last piece of this recommendation is the conversion of a number of positions at the Eastlink Center. When the Eastlink Center was opened, there was 45 positions that were reflected in the staff establishment chart. After the operation was up and running, and now that we have the set model defined, we know which positions we can't operate without. And essentially what happens is if those positions are not approved, those staff would continue on as temporary employees, and which does not give staff a number of benefits. They do get some benefits, but it doesn't give them a number of benefits. And those positions would have to be renewed on a regular, ongoing basis. The intent is to move forward with positions that are specifically help give those staff some security in their employment going forward. Those positions are primarily frontline positions. I can give you a bit of a breakdown here.
Sure. Councillor Thiessen?
Okay. Yeah, we'll flag the aquatics wellness.
The budget or the conversion?
Oh, I'd like to flag both of them. I think it warrants a discussion.
Okay. Okay. So we'll flag both those items.
The next one is the Bear Creek Outdoor Pool.
See a few people in the queue. Councillor Thiessen, you just have to be the first on the list.
Wow, I beat Jackie on this one. I'm going to just flag this one. I think we're going to have a good discussion later on about it.
Sure. Okay. Dr. Roth, do you have any other?
I think I do. The next one is the South Bear Creek Pavilion upgrades.
Okay. So Councillor Rice will flag that item.
And then the grandstand and lights for the CKC turf field, artificial turf field. This one, there is already just over $2 million budgeted, but it's actually going to be, there's a deficit of $1.1 million needed to complete that project, primarily because of soil conditions at that location.
Councillor McLean?
I want to flag that one, thank you.
The next one is a request from the Grande Prairie Catholic School District to contribute $2 million to what they're calling a performing arts theater that will be a part of the Arbor Hills High School project. I want to let you know that they have the similar request going to County Council next week, and the Catholic School Board specifically wanted me to let you know that their county is considering their request as well. So I can
Public art policy?
move on to the public art policy.
Councillor Tarrant would like to flag the Arbor Hills School.
terms of the public arts policy, the council has approved a public arts policy and a public arts reserve policy. The intent was to add in $25,000 into that reserve fund to essentially get the fund started.
I see Councillor Clayton in the queue.
I'd like to flag that item.
The next one, as you know, was a request that came directly to council for support for the QE2 Hospital Foundation. I do have letters of support from the Chamber of Commerce that came to me yesterday, specifically supporting council's or supporting the request. I can provide those to council if you wish.
Councillor Clayton.
I'd like to flag that item.
Okay, thank you.
The next item is the interim office space for the Community Social Development office or department. The Community Social Development Department, as you are aware, did have capital funding for a small renovation project, which also involves heating and ventilation upgrades, some minor upgrades to the floor plan and the flooring. As a result, when we started looking at those capital project, we realized that there's going to be significant additional cost to also meet safety codes issues. And a committee had requested that administration look into leasing space on an interim to accommodate community social development at another location. Okay.
Councillor Rice will flag that item.
Okay. And the next one is the Young Offender Center upgrades. Part of the tender documents that were released around, or the RFP documents that were released around the RFP process for seeking a new use for the Young Offender Center did specifically state that the city would be responsible for any safety code upgrades to the building, and then the potential tenant would be responsible for leasehold upgrades. We are requesting $500,000 to cover off those safety codes upgrades. Primarily, the biggest piece of that would be most likely be sprinkling part or all of the building. The rest of the safety codes upgrades are actually fairly minor in nature.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, Mayor Given, I'd like to flag that, please.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to our next service area, community safety, and Director Galante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So under the engineering capital plan, we have the 139th Avenue intersection improvements. As you may recall, this is part of the Trader Ridge overall subdivision plan, intersection of 139th Avenue and Highway 43 or 100th Street. So the time has come and the developer is ready to go ahead with Trader Ridge subdivision. And as part of the subdivision servicing agreement and the 132nd Avenue functional study, the city is responsible for the east leg of this intersection, and the developer will cover the other component. The total cost of this project is $710,000, and we have available funding for about 550 via transfers from other projects applicable. However, we require 161,000 in additional funds.
Councillor Thiessen.
Flag this item.
Thank you.
The next item is 68th Avenue twinning. We have two options here on the table. The design is currently in progress. It's about 60% completed at this time, so we have preliminary estimates. We're recommending option 1 for now. However, the tenders will be open in mid to late January. We're asking for 2 different components, as option 1 and 2 as part of the envelopes. So we'll have 2 different prices. And for now, for option 1, there's no additional funding request, just a transfer of $250,000 from a surplus coming from the $150 Fifth Avenue Rehab and Muscosipi Park entrance. That is MSI funding. That will need to be approved by council just as a transfer, but there is no additional funding considered.
Councillor Clayton?
I would like to flag option 2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next item is Fire Department capital. The condition of the entrance roadway from Resources Road to Station 1 it's in a bad shape.
Sure. Councillor Rice is asked to flag that. Sorry, Councillor Rice is rescinding, but I see Councillor Thiessen.
I would like to flag that.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Director Galante.
Okay, thank you. Next item is crime prevention. It's an operating item.
I see Councillor McLean.
I'll flag that one, please.
Cultural Academy?
Yes. Okay, next item is it's an RCMP item. It's operating, and it's related to the presentation that council saw this morning. Basically, the idea is to create an RCMP drug unit with the corresponding municipal support. The request will be for 5 new RCMP members. This is in addition to the already approved 12 RCMP members for this budget cycle. 4 members in.
I see Councillor O'Toole in the queue.
I don't know if I've ever trumped Jackie Clayton before, but I will do that as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole. Mr. Anderson.
This, as I indicated initially, what we had through recommended referrals gave us a 4.2% tax increase. The average assessment on a house is $360,600. The 2015 municipal taxes would be $3,316. The 2016 municipal taxes would be $3,455. And based on a 4.2% increase, that would be $139.
Councillor Rice.
Taxes added.
Correct. School taxes are added, and school taxes comprise about 20% of the municipal property tax bill.
Okay, so it would push it up further.
Yes, there would be the school piece added onto this.
Okay. Councillor Rice. Mr. Anderson. Before we go back in through the slides, this would be the opportunity if council members had any other things in their research ahead of time that they wanted to identify, and we'll go through those, ask council members to identify them sort of one by one. I see Councillor McLean in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I want to flag Mount Rose Greenway Concourse. I want to flag skateboard. Community Knowledge Center for the Fields and the Stands. I want to flag that one as well.
It's already been flagged.
Okay. Oh no, there was the lights. I thought it was 2 different components. There was 1 point something. There was 2 different numbers, but okay, I can ask them together. Low income for transit and pools. I want to flag that one.
So the low income recreation access program.
Yep. And the other one is Nighthawk capital funding. That's mine. I want to flag.
Okay, so just a second, and Nighthawk Capital. So just to confirm, Councillor McLean, you're flagging the Montrose Greenway Concourse project. We'll go through just to make sure administration has these so they can support us in the discussion. I'm trying to find the exact item for the skateboard parks. Where is that? Is that under our recreation and support?
On page 5.
Page 5. I'm looking at our long-term capital plan, but okay. Yeah, you're right. So skateboard park master plan and expansion. Councilor McLean, that's the one you want to flag. And then the low-income recreation access program. And as a separate item, the low-income transit access program. And the Nighthawk capital contributions. Yeah, I'm just to look up to our administrative team, make sure that they're comfortable, they captured all those. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Councillor McLean. Councillor, I have a queue here. Councillor Rice, you're in it. But the next actually is Councillor Tarrant.
Mayor Given, I'd like to flag the seniors property tax program. And I'd also just have a question in regards to the youth shelter funding. During our last budget deliberations, we talked about funding that with, we had a strong anticipation of provincial funding coming. Just wondering, did we ever receive provincial funding for the youth shelter?
Administration can either answer that question now, or if they'd like to get a confirmation, maybe we could present that. We could flag it, and administration could gather that information and present it.
Yes, please, if we could.
Okay. So we'll just we'll flag the question around the youth emergency shelter funding. Okay. Councillor Radburn, you're next in my queue.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Page 8 in our long-term capital plan, I'd like to flag Bear Creek Reservoir upgrades. And my question to administration, to give them an opportunity to kind of get ready, is do we have any knowledge? That project has 1.2 million of MSI and other provincial grants, 2.8 million. I'd like to know whether there's any information, updated information as to whether these grants are still available and will we be receiving them? Yeah, so that's what I'd like to know.
Like that one for that question. That was your items. Okay. Councillor Rice.
Can we go back to that slide of approved ones again, please? Okay,
There were a couple of slides, Councillor Rice. What was the project that you were looking at?
I'm not sure that's what I need to see, the programs. There's another one that we've approved. There's like, oh, here we go. Okay, I want to flag the Volunteer Services Bureau Youth-Related Program.
Okay.
And I don't know the 12 RCMP officers and 2 peace officers. And like there's 3 different crime prevention or whatever you call them people, RCMP officers, bylaw officers, and peace officers. I want to sort of, can I flag those as one item?
Are you looking for additional information, Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Okay, so can you maybe help administration out so they can prepare what?
Well, I'm not sure what all of them are. What's the difference between a bylaw officer and a peace officer? And so, and did I not hear him say that he's utilizing bylaw officers? No, those are going to be converted to permanent, 2 more to be recruited. So, like I say, what's the difference between a bylaw officer and a peace officer?
Okay, so we'll flag that so administration can collect some information, be able to be prepared to answer that.
And
Councillor Rice?
You've already flagged the Grande Prairie Youth Shelter? That's flagged? Okay, then the Volunteer Services Bureau program.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Rice, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill. Just a few here. I'd like to flag the business applications in information technology services.
Can you just give us the page number of the long-term?
Sure. It's 12 on the long-term capital plan. Page 12. Flag business applications. I'd also like to flag on that same page network and corporate initiatives. Then I'd like, we're going to move all the way to the back here, and so I got a few here that I've got on page 1, transit terminal. I'd like to flag that. Then page 2, removal of batting cages. It's currently unfunded. I'd like to flag that.
Page 2? of the long-term capital plan near the bottom.
Yeah.
And we do want to make sure that administration has time to capture these so they get them on our
For
list
sure.
so we don't miss anything.
Definitely. Transit terminal at the bottom of page 1. Slated for 3.4 million this year in grants. I'd like more information actually on that. The batting cage near the bottom of page 2. Currently unfunded. We also have, sorry, I'm looking for the page here. Wapiti Corridor Connection.
Do you have a page number for us, Councillor?
I do, but I didn't write it down when I wrote it here. Here it is, page 5, right in the middle. Currently unfunded. Roads on page 8 at the top. Brochu, Westgate Industrial Park. And just a question, has anyone flagged the entrance features, or have we flagged the entrance features yet? No? I would like to flag entrance features. Oh. Entrance features, my apologies.
Page 7.
Page 7. Thank you, Dwight, Councillor Logan.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'm just looking for the page number I went on. I'd like to flag on page 2 the addition of 1 ball diamond at South Bear Creek. On the one that I can't recall the page number, I wanted to discuss, flag the spray deck retention at Bear Creek. Probably about page 3. Yeah, page 3. No, I apologize, page 4. I'd also like to flag page 6, pedestrian links, new sidewalks. Page 11, the Coca-Cola crawl space.
Oh, slow down, slow down. So that was page 11, the thing, or the...
Page 6 was the new sidewalks, pedestrian links.
Okay.
Now to page 11.
Sorry, just to clarify, on page 6, there's at least 2 that say pedestrian links, new sidewalks. There's pedestrian links, new sidewalks and pathways. And there's pedestrian links, new sidewalks and pathways to existing bus stops.
So it's the first one.
New sidewalks and pathways.
Yep.
That's 600,000 per year. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Clayton, you're next.
Page 11, the Coca-Cola crawl space, Coca-Cola Center crawl space. New geotech liner.
Okay.
Also on page 11,
Well, that's already done then, eh?
playground replacement program.
Sorry. Also on page 11?
Yep. And halfway down, playground replacement program. And the last one. Also on page 11, the service center expansion. Has that been flagged yet?
Nope. I don't think so.
And that's it.
Okay. Okay. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I had, Councillor McLean.
Mayor Given, I just can't find the page right now. There's a couple items that are, they stay on lingering as unfunded, even though council says we don't have that direction. We're not going there, and I want to ask questions about them. One could pertain to East Link Center, about the $600,000 for the other system of, we said we're not doing it, and it still stays on the books. So
Sure.
to me, it's
So
still
just to
how it's being filtered, I want discussion on it. And same with the expansion of the Crystal Center. We definitely voted no to that, majority of us. It stays on as unfunded, and I want some things are proceeding. So I want discussion on some of these unfunded.
So let's discuss that right now. Our capital plan is a plan of the items that administration has identified or council has identified as needed or desired, and is intended to be a list kept of those items so that we don't lose track of them. certainly if it's unfunded, it does not go ahead, but that doesn't mean that the project may or may not be needed at a future point in council. So if we wanted to remove all of the unfunded items, that might provide a challenge and some extra complication for administration, deleting those projects, and also for the community to understand that council and the city are aware of items that are needed. So what else did you want to say about that, Councillor McLean?
Given that I know exactly what you're trying to say, but overall, it's not saying it is needed. It's saying administration, we may think, and we as the council are saying, no, it is not. We voted clearly on some of these, and why is it even sticking around? They can easily put it in a file and put it away if they look at another one. Why it's staying as unfunded is it's been clear by council on a couple of these that we are not doing them. We don't need to have them here, and I believe they should be discussed a little bit more.
Councillor Rice?
Those happens to be one of my pet projects, and what I viewed it as council saying, no, we don't wish to proceed at this time. I never ever heard council say, I hate this project, kill it, and I would fight to the death to keep it on the list.
Okay.
Damn close.
Okay. So, Councillor McLean, if you would, how do you want to approach this? Do you want to flag items that are unfunded to have them deleted from the budget, or what? Yes, they do. Okay. Council and the community should also be aware that we have a long-term capital plan, a 10-year capital plan. There are a number of items in there that are currently unfunded, but I think it's a recognition of the long-term planning that the organization undertakes. And so I appreciate the challenge around the clutter that may show up in the budget, but I mean, in the end, for me, and I think certainly for the community, they need to look at what council's actually approved and funded to see what is actually going to be done. The rest is merely an identification of administration doing long-term planning and council identifying potential community desires. But until they're funded, they ain't real. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill. I just have a question for Director Anderson. Can the Leisure Centre upgrade, it's on here under general debenture. I don't imagine we're doing anything with that right now, but is there a reason why we didn't pull it from the list at all?
Mr. Anderson?
Well, you're correct. It's still sitting in there. It was originally funded at $11 million. It had $4 million from capital tax, $2 million from MSI, and the $5 million from borrowing. We left the $5 million here from borrowing, but we've pulled the other two. The borrowing requires a trigger point, so essentially we could kill the project, but I've never heard our council indicate for sure that the project was finished.
So did that include like the upgrades to the roof and stuff that needed to be done to ensure whatever? Just asking. So yeah, so essentially we're not gonna, there's no intention to borrow at this point for?
No, there's no intent, and that's only $5 million. I mean, the last project estimation was $15 million. So if council wants to activate this project, it needs to be refunded.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Radburn.
I'm just going to speak to Chris's comment. I think it should be left there as unfunded. Who knows what will happen and what we might want to do with that property in the future.
So I'm not hearing any change, at this point. Not hearing anybody suggest any change. Just a question around why it was included. Okay. So I did have 3 items that I wanted to have a discussion about. The first is on page 6 under the bridges, bridge and pedestrian link between Muscatay and the hospital connection. Just like to discuss that around timing and the recent announcement about hospital opening. So I'd like to discuss that project. The next is on page 7. It's the 112th Street extension over the railway tracks, listed in 2018. Would just like to discuss that with respect to doing design, starting that process earlier. And the next is a at the top of page 8 under roads, crushing of waste concrete material. That's a capital tax item at $500,000 per year, and I just need to get some additional information from administration on the need for that amount of money each year for 3 years. So those are ones that I'd like some information and some discussion on. Were there any other items? There can't be that much left in the budget. I think we flagged most. Okay. Oh, Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, on Councillor Radburn's comment, I'd just like to flag the Leisure Centre and maybe have a quick discussion about where we let that lie in the budget as funded or unfunded general debenture, just how we list it.
No, some council members were saying around the table it's shown as unfunded. I believe Councillor Thiessen's right. It's shown as general debenture, so it shows that there is actually funds to it. Mr. Anderson's correct. Obviously, the city doesn't borrow money until a project starts, but so the question is around showing it as unfunded or showing it as funded with general debenture. Okay, so we can certainly discuss that. So. Yeah, so certainly we have a long list of stuff, and I think administration will need to do some prep to get organized for that. I do see Councillor. Oh, that was okay. Yeah, so the ones, the first part, the administrative ones that were in the slideshow, obviously will take less prep time. There are a number of things where we have asked admin for some time to find some information or topics that they maybe hadn't expected to come up. So I think it's useful for us to break now to give administration some time other than just over the lunch period where they may also eat. So why don't we break now and we'll reconvene around 1 o'clock. That'll give it some time for some work, some time for some lunch, and then we can be prepared to go again at 1 o'clock. Okay? Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the City of Grande Prairie Budget Review. At the conclusion of our break before lunch here, administration was working on putting together the list of referral items or flagged items. I understand that administration is still working to sort out and put together slides for us on the new items that council flagged when we did that sort of go around the table. So what we're going to do is we're going to work from administration's presentation that was shown first this morning. There are a number of referrals there that we can kind of work our way through, and then we'll move on to the others. Are there any other requests or suggestions around the process of how we handle these items? Sorry. 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 Okay. So one request, Councillor Logan was saying, make sure that we announce page numbers. And so when we talk about page number, if it's a capital item, we'll try to, we will refer to which page number it is in the capital plan. So absolutely we can do that. Councillor Rice.
Just to point out that we really have a lengthy list as everything. So, you know, let's try not to duplicate what everybody says.
Oh, sure. The point is, so if somebody has said the position that you hold,
yes,
that you're suggesting we could just let it lay at that and then place your vote accordingly.
Yes.
Rather than, sure. There's only so many soapboxes under the table that we need to get up on. Okay, fair enough. Thanks, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'd be interested in starting if council's in agreement with some of the larger items first. I know we had done it last budget. You know, we had the leisure center and I think there's one or two other big ones that we had put right at the front so that we knew the outcome of those would affect a lot of other decisions. So I wonder if there's interest to have you know, some of the larger items.
Council, any feelings on that around starting with, rather than going just by the order that they are on the slides, starting with some of the larger ones? Okay, so I'm hearing good ideas. So does somebody want to identify what those are? What are some of the priority items that we want to do then first in terms of scale?
I would say the Bear Creek Pool, 68th Ave, and policing. Is there anything else?
Okay, so now we're going to name them all.
Just do those three: policing, Bear Creek, and 68. The rest are all around the same.
So, okay, so I hear Bear Creek Pool, 68th Avenue, and the policing. Okay, so I hear that. Would council be satisfied if we dealt with those three up front? Okay. Councillor Thiessen?
Yeah, there was a flagged item for the infill facade of $2 million. I think that's a big ticket item too that requires some discussion.
Councillor Clayton, if you'd like to speak to that, just do your microphones.
Thank you, Mayor Given. My only comment is that there are many around the 2 million, 1 to 2 million. So if we got the three biggest ones out of the way, it might make the rest of the discussions a little easier.
Okay. Let's start with these three, see how that gets us, and then we can kind of go from there.
I did have another comment. Sorry, in regards to today. When we're discussing an item, can administration also refer to the page number from the committee reports? Not also report, if possible. The committee stuff for the new items that were deferred to budget. There's a 71-page document that is mini budget committee reports. It has the background information, so if we could refer to that as well, it would be helpful.
Okay, we'll see what we can do. We may want to have one member of the admin team looking at that document as we get into that stuff, and then somebody else looking at the long-term capital plan. Not sure how many. Yeah, and there is a table of contents in there as well, obviously, so we can start in that and flip quickly through. Okay, so if we're going to start with the Bear Creek Pool, 68th Avenue, and policing first, turns out that none of those are actually Director Miyagi. Why don't we start with, well, two of them are actually in community safety, and so maybe we'll look to Director Galante, and we can start with 68th Avenue. That was one that was referred from our first, there's the slide right there, thank you. And so typically what we do is the person who referred the item gets a chance to speak about why they referred or flagged it, and then we'll work from there. And I see Councillor Clayton was the one that highlighted this one, so Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. In referring option 2, I think that it's essential for us to look at the big picture here. I think it would be very short-sightedness of this council to only do to 100th. I think that to leave uncompleted from 100th to Poplar Drive will not only be unfortunate for the residents and people driving 68th, I would think it would be unfortunate for administration and council, because the number of phone calls administration and council are going to get about why we left that last little bit unfinished will be immense. And end of the day, we said we'd do this road. It needs to be done. We know the traffic and the safety issues on that road, and we need to do it properly and complete the project.
Okay. So here's the additional thing. If you're into asking for additional information, then I'm going to ask the council member that referred it, to make a motion, because we have to have something to discuss and debate. Otherwise, we'll just talk about it.
So I'm just going to refer. It's 3.7, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And we lost it now. So I would move that council approve $3.7 million in additional funds, and the discussion be deferred to February 16 when the tender is opened, but have the $3.7 million in additional funds available for the completion of 68th from 100th all the way to Poplar Drive.
Okay. It's a motion to include $3.7 million in additional funding for the completion of 68th Avenue twinning from 108th to Poplar Drive. Okay, open for discussion and debate. Councillor Rice.
Just a point of clarification. So obviously we can't be identifying a funding source for this at this moment as we move forward. So can you just outline the process for me?
Sure. So typically council looks at the projects, and then administration recommends the best funding source. There have been times where council will get into the funding source portion of it if we want to shift priorities between borrowing, grants, or capital tax. Mr. Anderson, on this project, was there a recommendation of funding source, or do you have a recommendation for us on that?
Well, Mayor, given currently MSI would be the funding source for this, assuming it comes in as planned next year.
Okay, so open still for discussion debate. Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I was supportive of the admin recommendation, which was to fund option 1 and defer funding or discussion until February when we got tenders, because we did a 2-part tender. 3.7 would basically clean us from MSI funding for the next 3 years, and so I would prefer to wait and look at other things and wait for option 2 for a later date.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I know we might get some slack as for myself, I'll be going against it as well, and for the other option, because we don't know what the provincial government's going to bring next year down the line for different type of formats and funding. So I think it could be a smart option to wait. And yeah, it might be another year, but initially I wanted to say yes to this. But in retrospect, looking at it, it could bite us a bit if we said yes right now in a way. We might get a few complaints, but I think it may be worth waiting.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. I'll just say that I won't be supporting the motion. I absolutely support completion of the project, but I'd note in the provincial budget, the province has announced $100 million in new infrastructure funds for transportation projects for municipalities. That funding starts to become available in 2017. 2017-2018 budget year. I don't believe it's available 2016. And so I think that it's not unreasonable for us to look at our fiscal and financial capacity and take a phased approach to the completion of this project and work as best we can to leverage provincial or federal dollars into the program rather than the City of Grande Prairie taxpayer taking it all on right now and then missing out on the opportunity to secure some of those provincial dollars. So I appreciate administration's recommendation, and if pricing came in very, very favorable, then maybe we'd have an opportunity in February to do that. So I won't be supporting the motion. Any other discussion or debate? I don't see anybody in the queue, so I will, Director Galante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment that both options, option 1 and 2, the design is currently in progress. So The numbers that you have here, even for option 2, 3.7 million, they're based on a cost estimate based on a 60% design. Keep in mind that in February or late January, when we open the real tenders, the number 3.7 can be more, can be less. Good example was the 68th Avenue Bridge. Our 90% design phase estimate was $9.5 million, as you may recall. However, when we went through the tender and we opened the envelopes, the lowest successful bidder was 6.5, and the highest was 9.4. So just to keep in mind that option 1 and 2, they're both estimates, and in late January or early February, we'll have the real prices.
Thank you. Okay, with that information then, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion does not carry. Okay, so there's our 68th Avenue. We'll stay with community safety, and we'll talk about policing. And specifically the new item that was recommended, the creation of a RCMP drug unit and additional municipal support. Councillor O'Toole, you were the one that had flagged this.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would like to know what the funding source is that we have in this presentation.
Dr. Galante, do you want to speak to the proposed funding strategy for this program?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, as a follow-up for the the presentation that occurred this morning, we have identified 3 potential options for Council's consideration. And just to summarize again, the idea is to create a drug unit with 5 new RCMP members. This is in addition of the already approved 12 members for the budget cycle, 4 in 2016, 4 in 2017, 4 in 2018. So we're talking about 5 new RCMP members to create a drug unit. All those members will need admin support. So the proposal is to create 2 positions called shift assistants, 2 CPIC entry positions, and 1 crime analyst position. I have some cost for those positions. The RCMP members, the cost per member per year is approximately $150,000, and that includes everything, not only salaries, but benefits, patrol cars, computers, everything. The city pays 90% of that, and the federal government 10%. The municipal support staff, the 2 shift assistants, the total cost is about $140,000 for both positions, $70,000 per position. The 2 CPIC entry positions, again, $140,000 for both of them, and the crime analyst is about $90,000 per year.
Dr. Galante, the question was around funding strategies.
Yes. So the 3 options that we have to fund these 10 positions. Option number 1 will be funded through the tax base. Option number 2 will be to fund 2 members through the current vacancy pattern. As you are fully aware, there is always about a 10%, between 7 to 10% vacancy pattern on the RCMP. So we have some funds budgeted already and approved, but not being used every year. So we can use a portion of those funds already approved to fund 2 members. 3 members can be funded via tax base. That's approximately $450,000. And the 5 support staff, approximately $370,000, with a new concept that we want to call the Community Safety Initiatives Fund. And I will introduce that concept to Council. As you are aware, the Enforcement Services Department is ready to implement fixed technology called as red light cameras with speed on green capabilities. That technology will generate some revenue and will be deployed as part of the Safer City Roads initiative that has conventional enforcement, mobile enforcement already deployed, and fixed technology to be installed in December this year. in a few more days. The revenue expected on the speed on green component, we feel confident that can be able to fund some of the positions, the RCMP positions, and the support staff. So in option number 2, the 5 support staff, 370,000, can be funded via the speed on green revenue. Option number 3, and this is the higher risk option, and I would say valid until 2017 or 2018, because it's basically a subsidy from the enforcement department to the RCMP budget via the speed on green revenue. We can fund 2 RCMP members using the current vacancy pattern, the 3 extra members RCMP with the Community Safety Initiatives Fund, the surplus funding from speed on green via reserve, and the 5 support staff, 370,000, again using the Community Safety Initiatives Fund. So the idea is to generate a reserve or a fund with the surplus funding generated from speed on green capabilities to support in portion or in total the 5 new positions for the RCMP and the 5 support staff. That is the highest risk option. Option 2 is a combination of both. Option 1 is not to use this revenue and just go via tax base.
Okay. Thank you.
So Mayor Given, I move that council adopt or
amend. I think so. Just for everybody, I think we'll be making amendments to the budget. So move that council amend the budget to reflect.
yes, to incorporate the drug enforcement and the additional officers and municipal staff in this next budget.
Okay.
As the funding source that can be debated later of the numbers 1, 2, or 3 that were.
Okay. Most of that motion is in order. We certainly can speak to the inclusion of it and then have a separate discussion about the funding source of the options that were recommended. Councillor Rice.
I just missed what he said. Have a discussion later on what?
So we heard the director offer 3 different alternatives in terms of funding those positions, and we certainly could discuss and debate that. Councillor O'Toole's motion, as I understand it, is to amend the budget to reflect the addition of these positions, and then we could have a follow-up motion to discuss the funding source. So separating, do we want to do this program or not, from if we want to do it, how do we want to fund it?
Thank you.
Councillor Clayton.
I think that the funding source or method is integral in whether or not we do the project. So I'll move to make an amendment on the motion. Can you, Director Galante, can you read me option 2 and 3 again? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, option number 2 will be to fund 2 RCMP members using the current vacancy pattern, so current funded approved, so no impact. 3 RCMP members out of the 5 using basically the tax base, that's approximately 450,000. And the 5 support staff, that is approximately 370,000 via the Community Safety Initiatives Fund or new reserve, with funding coming from speed on green cameras. Option 3 will be to fund 2 members of the RCMP via the vacancy pattern, and the other 3 members via the Community Safety Initiative Fund, and the 5 support staff via this Community Safety Initiative Fund as well.
Okay, thank you. So that motion is in order. Would move to amend the main motion to specify one of the options presented for funding. And so we'll have discussion debate on the amendment. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill. This is a question just for Ken, Director Anderson. Even on option 3, wouldn't we have to have an inclusion on our capital tax since we don't have the revenue yet from the speed on green system? So, well, yeah.
Mr. Anderson?
Well, if you decide to implement it immediately, speed on green isn't going at this point, so there will be a period of time where tax base would have to be adjusted to offset it until that program was up and going and we can see what kind of revenue it would have. The other option is to wait for the speed and green to occur and then begin the enhancement of the RCMP at that time.
Yeah, well, hold on. Okay, thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Councillor Clayton.
Question for Mr. Anderson. Can this not come from financial stabilization?
Mr. Anderson?
Mayor, given the policy is not written in that way, however, council created that policy, and if council wishes to use it for that purpose, they could.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. One thing that I'll say is that we may be getting a bit ahead of ourselves. I think in terms of logistics, we know that we don't get RCMP officers the next day, and so I think we need to, really the question is council willing to dedicate funds, revenue from a Speed on Green program to specifically dedicating them to funding this service? That's the essence of the question. Or do we just recognize it as whatever revenue comes in goes in, and we fund these positions through the regular tax base? Right? So I think that's the essential question that's in this motion. Councillor Rice?
That was exactly my point, was you're not going to say, yes, I'd like 5 more police officers, and they start on the 15th of November. It's just not going to happen, so.
Okay. Any other discussion or debate on the amendment? Councillor McLean.
Given I'd like to question about adding 5 more, because I'm looking at a policing funding model within our province that's actually failing. And we keep contributing to it by saying, well, we need to get the officers and the taxpayer base paid for it of the City of Grande Prairie. I believe we're missing a lot of numbers, and we're playing with games and playing with taxpayers' money to say we'll make you more safer, when I think the funding's a failure in the province. So I won't be supporting it, not because I don't think we should need more officers. We should have about 30 or 40. The way the funding formula is now, city taxpayers can't keep up with what's happening here now.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor McLean. I see Councillor Adburns in the queue. I'll just say that I will support the amendment. I support the addition of this unit, as I'm sure every council member does. For me, I believe that the balance between commitment of resources to this, I think we've heard, for me, I believe I've heard very strongly from the community that this is a priority service for them. I often look at what we do city as, are we providing value for tax dollar? And I believe absolutely this is a service that provides that value, given that it's a priority for residents. I also believe that it's appropriate for us to dedicate the revenue from the Speed on Green devices and any revenue they generate directly back into community safety. I appreciate the perspective of people that say that point to these types of programs as revenue generators for municipality, and it's true that they do generate revenue. I think if it's a very clear connection if we generate that revenue and put it back into community safety. I'm very comfortable out in the public supporting that and saying that's why we do it. Councillor Radburn.
Ditto, plus I don't think we're going to have these people in place, so I am comfortable with the risk involved.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Councillor McLean.
Just to finish off on what you were saying, Mayor Given, I was looking at maybe if there was extra money, hoping there wasn't any more, because we reduced the speed limits to intersection, people getting hurt more than double anywhere in the province. Money may be put into other areas, neighborhood associations, and other ways of making the money work as well, not just into RCMP officers. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. Councillor Toole.
Mayor Given, I'll also be supporting the amendment. I do feel that this is something that the community would really appreciate, having more boots on the ground and solving the crimes, also dealing with a lower per case per officer. And this is just a start, I think. And I really do appreciate that the officers are working their best to do with what they got. And I think we need to do this.
We heard the presentation this morning. I also heard it the other day when we had our community safety. And I'm behind this 110%.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'm going to call for the vote on the amendment. Sure. So I'll look to administration if they have it in terms of written. But the essence of the amendment was that the funding source be identified as option 3 as described by Director Glante, which would be funding the positions, 2 RCMP positions through the vacancies, and the balance of positions, the 3 RCMP and the 5 support staff, through speed on green revenue. Is that captured it? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. Okay, and that would bring us back to the other side of the room. Oh, sorry, the main motion, thank you. To the main motion, that would bring us. And so do we need a round of discussion and debate on the main motion, or the motion as amended? Okay, fair enough. Everybody's had their chance to have a say on that. So I will call for the vote on the main motion as amended to approve the 5 new RCMP members and 5 support staff and the funding source as we just passed in that past amendment. I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. Okay. That would bring us back to the other side of the room. And of our big 3 items that we'd identified previously, the Bear Creek Outdoor Pool was the other. I'll look to who had flagged that one for us in the first place. Councillor Thiessen. Okay, so Councillor Thiessen, I'll look to you first to introduce why you'd flagged this, and if you have any motions coming, then you could make them at that time.
Thank you very much, Mayor Bill. I flagged this for my colleagues and for the community. Originally, I was all in for the leisure center. It's no secret on that. I wanted another year-round facility. But I believe that with the designs and the drawings that we've been given and the information on the new Bear Creek pool, I think it can serve as an enhancement to our Muskosipi corridor and also provide part-time swimming access to our youth and seniors and anyone who enjoys aquatics. So my motion, which will probably be debated and amended, is to approve or to amend the budget to reflect the inclusion of the Bear Creek pool renovation in the amount of $4.4 million.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. So that motion is in order. Motion to amend the budget to reflect $4.4 million for the Bear Creek Outdoor Pool. I'm going to ask the director to give us a bit of a review of what of the specific options that were presented to council that $4.4 million would fund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there are four different options that were presented to council for the Bear Creek Outdoor Pool. 4.4 million. Of course, option A was a price tag of about 3.8 million. That is just a oversized spray park, essentially. Option B was actually in excess of the 4.4 million. Option C would be roughly about 4.4 million, which would actually see basically a reconstruction of the existing pool with a few other changes. And then the other options that were presented to council were higher than that.
Okay, thanks very much. Open for discussion and debate. Councillor Rice.
I'm going to amend the motion to make it 4.15, which would remove the cookhouse from that option. I think that option is excellent in that it would accommodate children through their entire youth. There's a tots area, a leisure pool, and a pool that could be done for laps. So I think it meets all of our needs, and I just don't see the cookhouse as being necessary. Well, it would be a nice add-on. I would rather see the project proceed than be eliminated because we can't afford it.
Okay, Thanks very much, Councillor Rice. So an amendment, which is in order, that the amount be reflected as 4.15 million, essentially the elimination of the cookhouse option. Open for discussion, debate on that amendment. To the amendment, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill. Thank you for your amendment, Councillor Rice. I'm not going to support the amendment because I'm a believer in the cookhouse. I have fond memories of a bunch of community gatherings happening in that same space and area that is in the requirement of updating. I think it's a great gathering space, not only for schools and the community, but for council as well to meet people. I remember yourself, Councillor Rice, serving me a hot dog and hamburger when my son was just in diapers still. And people were lined up and that space was full. And I think it can be a very usable space. I don't think we should skimp there. I think there's other areas that may be a bit over budgeted in the budget that we potentially could see that 4.15 accommodate, but I think 4.4 is a comfortable number and a happy medium for all.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would encourage council to not support the amendment based on some of the comments Councillor Thiessen made, and as well as the necessity for this facility, the area in the park to be enhanced to be a truly multi-use facility that can be used year-round. And although the water park wouldn't be used around, the cookhouse could be used year-round. So removing that small amenity, I think, would be unfortunate because of its year-round opportunity.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Just I have other thoughts related to the main motion, but just in speaking to the amendment, I truly believe that the cookhouse is going to be a valuable asset to this facility. I certainly, growing up at this pool, the cookhouse or the current facility there was used quite extensively, and for classes, for parents throughout the summer, and I think it would be crucial to keep that component as part of the project.
Thanks, Councillor Tarrant. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Just speak to against this amendment to the motion. I believe the cookhouse is very important, but also maybe possibly a revenue generator for companies for picnic outings and actually bring a Weyerhaeuser or Halliburton or whoever there. I also believe that utilizing the area more differently to the east. There's a vast amount of land where you can have nice picnics and cook-offs with the cookhouse, and you can bring more people there that are not going to be there just for the swimming, but actually for the event.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. I'll just say that I will be supporting the amendment. I think the cookhouse is a useful and welcome addition, but just in context of the budget, it's not something that I'm able to support at this point. I do want to see the pool back in operation, but there are other things that are a priority for me rather than that addition to the services there. I don't see anybody else in the queue to speak to the amendment. So I'll call for the vote on Councillor Rice's amendment to reflect budget for the Bear Creek Outdoor Pool of $4.15 million to reflect the removal of the cookhouse from the program. I'll call for the vote on that amendment. So vote in favor of the amendment would see the removal. It's just the removal. Yeah. Sorry. So okay. Thank you. Okay. So we'll revote. Just have to let that clear off the screen. So I'll call for the vote. A vote in favor of Councillor Rice's amendment reduces the budget and removes the cookhouse option from the program scope. Okay. So vote in favor reduces the budget on that. Okay, thank you. That motion does not carry.
A lot of confused people on that side.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion. Bear Creek Outdoor Pool at $4.4 million, open for discussion and debate on that motion. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'll be voting against this motion. I do believe there's not enough for the youngsters, and it's a facility that we heard it was a jewel that was 50 years before they closed it, and I believe when you open it up, you want to be there for another 50 years and have full amenities instead of, so I'm not forward to this 4.4 million motion, so I'm speaking against to this motion put forward for 4.4 million. I think there should be a little bit more involved here.
So if you would like,
I can,
so just to be clear, so you're not speaking against the project as a whole. You're saying you want it to see
a different
higher amount.
I was going to make a new motion after we'll see what happens, but we can make an amendment too.
Well, I think probably, yeah, I think we're better to do
that way?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we're.
I'll make
better
an
to do
amendment to this motion.
Okay.
The amendment is, I believe, is it Gary's area? Is it community living in this?
Just move.
Option, I need option D.
Amend the main motion to reflect.
All right. 5.5 million dollars.
Okay. So Councillor McLean's motion is in order to amend the main motion to reflect a amount of $5.5 million for the Bear Creek outdoor pool. Okay. So we'll have discussion and debate on that main motion. Councillor Clayton.
We're discussing his amendment right now.
His amendment, 5.5.
I wanted to suggest a funding source for his amendment. Can I do that now?
No, we're not going to have an amendment on an amendment.
Okay. So I will speak in favor. At this point, I'll speak in favor. Well, except that I feel that the funding source is pertinent information for people to make their decision whether or not they're comfortable with 5.5.
You could.
Well, no. Well, because we already have allocated from the leisure center money, though. We already have $3 million that we moved from leisure center.
Can I just suggest that what we should probably discuss and debate at this point is the scope of the project that we're willing to support. Once we have that determined, then we can maybe give administration some direction on funding source. Okay.
Sure.
I can appreciate there's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing going on there, but I think really council needs to be concerned about what is the scope of the project that we're willing to support or not. Yeah.
So speaking in favor of the amendment, I feel that with a $5.5 million an allotment, that there would be an opportunity to provide something to our community that services all demographics. It from a young age to an older age, right into preteen age. I think that there's an opportunity for us to see this facility grow with our community. It definitely could be a staged facility as well. Some of the money is already accounted for from other projects. Partial of it could be borrowed. So the 5.5 doesn't need to be all at once. It could be staged, partially borrowed, partially capital tax. And I think that this amount will allow us to build a facility that we're truly proud of, and that will be used as a tourism entity, and as well as something that will make people that move to Grande Prairie happy to have a year-round entity between East Link Center and Bear Creek Pool.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Tarrant.
I will be speaking in favor of the motion. I believe that one of the main calls from the community for this facility was to include more options for younger children, and I believe that increasing the number of opportunities there is really in alignment with what the community is asking. Although there was some opportunities with the current configuration of the pool, I think given the growth and our demographics, that we need to really look at expanding the offerings at the facility. In terms of the amount, I am going to be supporting this motion. I think we could do with a little less, in terms of like the water slide and maybe the spray park. Those could be additions, on future dates. But in terms of the core, pool basin, I think a $5 million would be appropriate. But so we don't get into the, back and forth, I'm going to be supporting this amount of 5.5.
Thanks, Councillor Tarrant, and I appreciate that sort of recognition that really we're talking about the scale of the program, not the details. Certainly, we haven't gone to detailed design; these are merely design concepts, and so that it would be flexible. But what we're talking about is how much money would be available. So I appreciate you recognizing that, Councillor Logan.
Thank you very much. I've been an advocate of the Bear Creek Pool, not for a year or two or maybe even 3 or 4, but going back decades. I believe it's been a jewel in our jewel, which is Muskosipi Park. It's serviced generations of kids. The experience of being able to swim in a pool outside is a wonderful one. And I really urge the members of council to vote in favor of getting the resources and to get that pool back in operation.
Thanks very much, Councillor Logan. Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, McGibbon. I think we can build a pool that we can be proud of with the components that we need for the 4.4. Therefore, I will not be supporting the motion, the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. I see some others in the queue. I'll just say that I won't be supporting the amendment either. I'm in agreement with Councillor Radburn. I believe 4.4 million gives us the ability to get a facility that will meet the needs of the community, and the additional $1 million. I believe that there are, for me, other priorities in the budget, and so I won't be supporting the motion. Councillor Rice.
I've been a strong supporter of getting this pool reopened for a long time. However, a reality is that this is a tough economy right now, and I want to see this pool opened, and I think we can do that and continue to give this community a recreational resource that they have made it quite clear they want, without major tax increases. And I'm just saying, you know, think about it. You know, this is not the economy to be adding bells and whistles. We just added 5 police officers, and so we've taken care of that part of our community well-being. We can add this part, but in a very reasonable fashion. So I just won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill. I too won't be supporting this motion. I am in favor of opening up our aquatic center. The Bear Creek Pool is what we're talking about right now. Based on what we got from the consultants and just on the concept designs, I see that there's ample room for savings. If you even wanted the bells and whistles for 4.4, I think you have the ability for corporations to sponsor a bit here or there. We reduce the depth of the pool. That not only will save us on the capital cost, but also on the operational costs as well. And I'm a strong believer, a firm believer, that the $1 million that's allocated in every part of every option is a little rich for my blood. $1 million to renovate a 4,500 square foot building, I think, is slightly ludicrous. I think we could find better deals than just that, and so for that I won't be supporting this motion or amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I want to stress the point that this doesn't all have to happen at once. If we build it for what we think we need now and can afford now, and in the future when we want to add things and we're not able to because we haven't put the infrastructure in place to add extra bells and whistles, if you may want to call them that, we won't be able to. We need to look at this facility, and if you want to stage it over, you know, the next 3 years, great. But build what you like, but plan for what's best for our community. And what's best for our community is the optimized facility with the extras that allow the facility to grow with our community.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. I don't see anybody else in the queue for a discussion debate. So we will move to the vote on the amendment, which was to reflect made by Councillor McLean, to reflect a budget of $5.5 million for the Bear Creek pool renovation. Okay, so we're voting on that amendment to increase the scope to $5.5 million. I'll call for the vote. So vote in favor increases the scope to 5.5. That motion does not carry. Okay. Make sure my math is correct. Councillor Terrence.
If I may, I would like to move another amount for $5 million. $5 million would give, I know we're not talking specifics right now, but in terms of the basic option D, without any bells and whistles, I strongly believe that you know, we can add things later on, and that's something that future council's prerogatives to do, or this council's. But if we can get at least the basic basin in place that supports younger demographics, you know, at least that you know, it's not an additional cost. that future councils need to incur. And so I believe that the $5 million is a good compromise in the middle. Would give us the basic expansion there and allow us room for bells and whistles in the future.
Thanks, Councillor Tarrant. Councillor Clayton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I will be in support of this amendment. I absolutely agree with Councillor Tarrant's comments that building this as a strong basis for growth at the $5 million price tag gives us an opportunity to expand if we need, when we want to, when we feel that we are comfortable financially to. And the $5 million price tag also gives us an opportunity to work with corporations and grow this facility as so needed for the future. So I will be supporting this amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll be supporting this amendment as well. I wanted all the bells and whistles because I remember East Lincoln about corporate donations when times were tough and we got 1/3 what administration thought they were going to get. So I do believe corporations will step up to do this a little bit, and it will happen, and this will be at least carried forward. But I didn't want to put all my trust into it.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill. I won't be supporting this this amendment, and just to reference Councillor Tarrant's remarks, and that to put in the base in the pool replacement for the full leisure pool that addresses most of our needs and yet doesn't include all the bells and whistles, that's covered at the maximum amount of $4.4 million. And there is still room to add corporate support as well as all future bells and whistles inside of the already proposed amount of $4.4 million.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Tarrant.
If I could just respond to Councillor Thiessen's comments. What I'm referring to is in terms of the basin area. There's a couple features that are added in the in the option D that I think will be really amenable to young families. The one that's come up a lot is a zero beach or the zero entry, and I think that's something that's a lot of people are very supportive of having their toddlers be able to have that sloped entry into the pool, as well as there's a couple other features that are really good for the younger younger children that would be add to the facility. So.
Sure. So thank you, Councillor Tarrant. I just want to confirm my understanding of the options that were presented in terms of scale. So my understanding is similar to Councillor Thiessen's, that at $4.4 million, the difference between the $4.4 million concept that was shown and the $5.5 million concept is the addition of another spray park and water slides. Mr. Roth, can you explain? Can you just clarify? Because under the option D that council saw previously, there are 4 versions of option D, and I believe my understanding was that the option D that was $4.4 million does have zero entry features, as well as a lazy river, as well as a number of others. So can you confirm that for me?
Mr. Mayor, that is my understanding as well. Although these are high-level design concepts, the 4.4 would include the base pool and everything included within that base pool for that amount. The other options added on other additional features.
Councillor Tarrant, you're shaking your head. You saw it differently.
So there was
No, thank you. That's helpful. Thanks for the clarification. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Yeah, those were going to be my comments. As Councillor Tarrant pointed out, those numbers are correct. And as well, the $5 million, if I'm correct, Director Roth can correct me, I understand that does allow us opportunity in the future if we do want to add on the spray park and it's the infrastructure for the plumbing, if you want to call it that, for the spray park and the water slide at the $5 million. It's what the discussion we had at committee level from the presenters anyways.
Mr. Roth?
To be honest, I don't have that information right here in front of me.
Okay, so we have the amendment to reflect $5 million made by Councillor Tarrant. Thank you. Any other discussion or debate on the amendment to reflect a $5 million budget for the Bear Creek Outdoor Pool? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. A vote in favor would increase the amount. The original motion was 4.4 million. This would increase it to 5 million. So if you're voting in favor, it's to increase the scope of the project to 5 million. I will start the vote. Thank you. That motion does carry. And so we've amended the main motion to reflect a budget for the Bear Creek Outdoor Pool of $5 million. Do we need a round of discussion debate on the main project, the main motion? I don't see anybody ringing in the queue, so I will call for the vote. Councillor Clayton?
Maybe can administration, I know Director Roth, at committee level, we talked about this being approximately an 18-month project with start in the spring to open in the summer of 17. Can you confirm that's approximately the dates?
Mr. Roth?
That is the information that I have, is that it would still be about an 18-month process for sure.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Roth. Thanks, Councillor Clayton. So I will call for the vote on the main motion as amended to reflect a 5.5 million, reflect the inclusion of the Bear Creek Outdoor Pool renovations for $5.5 million in the budget. Sorry, 5. Thank you. 5. Yeah. Everybody that wanted that, yeah, my apologies for confusing that. I'm trying to keep track of all 3 amendments that we managed to make to that one motion. $5 million for the Bear Creek Outdoor Pool. I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries unanimously.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead, Councillor Rice.
I want to just pass on to administration my appreciation to the project coordinators, the architect, and that I think laid out some rather extensive options for us to look at, and I think he made, did it a very efficient way of aiding us in coming to this decision.
Well, we've got a few other decisions ahead of us, so I want to move on to our other flagged items rather than talking more about one that we've dealt with, if we can. So we'll clear the queue. So we've dealt with those 3 major items to set some context. Mr. Anderson, we're going to move back then to the slides, or what would you like to highlight for us?
Yes, Mayor, given the presentation is ready, so we can start at the top or somewhere in between if you wish.
Well, let's start at the top. So if Mr. Anderson, you have the new slide presentation, and we'll start at the top of the flagged items, working through the ones that were flagged in the administration presentation, and then continuing on into those others that were flagged by council members. So we'll start with the infill and facade improvement program. This is flagged by me. So I'm in the odd position of having to ask if there would be a council member that would be willing to make a motion to see this included in the budget at $1.5 million over the 3 years of the budget. I believe that this is an important program. I would like to have an opportunity to vote in support of it. I appreciate, in terms of scale, $2 million may be difficult given the context of our budget, but I believe that this fits with the focus of our downtown program that we have underway. Councillor McLean.
I'll make the motion to put it back up there, Ken, for $2 million for the infill facade program.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor.
It's 1.5, okay? 1.5 the mayor asked for. Okay.
Thanks very much, Councillor McLean. So Councillor McLean makes a motion to reflect $1.5 million over the 3 years for the downtown infill and facade improvement strategy. Open for discussion debate. Councillor Tarrant.
Actually, just a question on that. So over 3 years, are you, is it going to be equally divided over those 3 years?
That's a good question. I think $500,000 a year is probably appropriate, and that was my intent in saying over the 3 years. So yes, yeah, $500,000 per year. Maybe that's a better way to state the motion. $500,000 per year for 3 years, and that's clear. Yeah. Thanks for that question or clarification, Councillor Clayton.
In speaking to that, I think that if if you did have an applicant that did qualify for more than $500,000 annually, you could prorate them over the period of their project or the period of payment as well. I will be speaking in favor of this motion. I think that it shows great initiative and support of our council if passed in what we believe is valuable space on many different levels, whether it's facade improvement, multi-use facilities, residential facilities in our downtown core. And I think this is a great opportunity, and it shows our developers that that we truly put our money where our mouth is, in the sense that we want them to be downtown, and it gives them a leg up to build buildings that are great fits and for our downtown, and buildings that we'll be proud of to be in our downtown. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Anybody else in the queue? I'll just say, obviously, I am in support of this. I believe that it is the balance off to our investment in the public infrastructure in the downtown core. I believe if we're serious, for me, the interest is particularly in creating new residential housing units in the downtown core. I believe if we're serious about that, we have to recognize that downtown development is more complex and presents different challenges than greenfield development, and therefore we need to be able to incent it if we want to see that happen. Because otherwise, as a private sector investor, you go where it's easy to make a good return on your money. And the truth is that downtown, due to the added complexity and risk, is not as easy. And so if we're wishing to stimulate that market, we need to make this kind of investment. So that's what I would say in support of the motion. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill. I guess I'm fully in support of the motion, almost. The issue that I have is that as developers, as they move forward, I was just looking at Appendix B here. As they move forward, let's say to a minimum of 24 units, and the reimbursement grant that we would be giving them under this program is $10,000. So they're building 24 units. That's great. But then that takes up half of every annual output. So you could essentially have one developer decide to build 60 units and take over that entire program for a little over 2 years. So that's my concern inside of this program.
So one thing to clarify, the program actually hasn't been, we're talking about the budget, the criteria, the amount, how much we would apportion between facade improvement and new units hasn't been done. And so this is about funding for the program. The specific program guidelines and criteria and everything aren't done yet, and council will still be able to influence that.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Councillor Clayton?
I think that to Councillor Thiessen's comments, based on criteria that has been discussed, it's not finalized. And if it was laid out as simple as that, and if one developer did get half of the annual incentive, and they built a 60-unit facility, all the power to them. I think that's great. You know, what we would get in tax revenue alone from a 60-unit facility downtown would more than pay the $250,000 investment that we did one time. So when this money is gone, it's gone. And if it doesn't get spent, it doesn't get spent. So I think it's a great opportunity. And we need to do what we can to encourage this development. So, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. I don't see anybody else in the queue. So I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. We move on next, I think, Ken, if your slides are the same as mine, PAZA, and this was Councillor, on my notes I have Councillor Rice identified this one, around the PAZA Airside Zone. Now this is not currently in the budget, so Councillor Rice, what you wish.
I would move that we include a sum of $10,000 for PAZA, and I know that we did decide at one point that it wasn't giving us a value for money. They did come back, reduce our rate, but I believe that the provincial government has clearly outlined that they see protection and monitoring of the environment and environmental controls a top priority of theirs. And I think in the spirit of cooperation that we can make this gesture, I'm sure they would accept $10,000.
Okay, Thanks, Councillor Rice. So a motion for $10,000 per year
Yes.
for the PAZA Peace Said Zone Association. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'll be in favor of this motion because I even before I voted before for 18,000, they go on per individual basis, but a lot of the monitoring is out in the fields where natural gas and oil exploration is happening, majority of it. And I don't think it's fair how they compare just the capital base and how they're presenting the PAZA. But I do believe we got to have our foot in the door and move forward. So I believe this is some of the sums, and I hope PAZA can reevaluate their funding formula to be more not just directed to capital, but or to individuals, but to actually how they're based in the region.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor McLean. Councillor Logan.
Thank you. I'll be voting against this. The reason why is that I believe that $21,000 is the membership we've been asked for. It's entirely correct and right that we should be a part of this organization and helping amass the data that who knows what the uses will be down the road, but it'll be valuable data. And I think we just look penny poor to be kicking off the $11,000 to PAZA, or against from PAZA.
Thanks, Councillor Logan. Councillor Clayton.
I just had a question with in regards to the motion. If the annual membership is 21,000 and we only fund 10, what are we getting for like administration? Somebody can tell me what we get for half of we get half a membership? I don't know.
Councillor Clayton, I don't know if you'll have anybody in administration that'd be able to answer that question. That was their proposal and request was for the 21,000. Yeah, Councillor, you know, don't see anybody else in the queue. I will say that I find this a challenging vote. I appreciate the work of the organization and actually Councillor Rice's perspective about the priorities of the government and the things that we should be involved in as a municipality. I also appreciate that. At the same time, I wonder what we could do with our in-house staff. This data is going to be collected anyhow. The organization does exist, and I understood that it would help with more marketing and promotion and public education. I wonder what our environmental stewardship department could do with an extra $10,000 in terms of more public education and marketing. And so I face a challenge in that, and I think for that reason, I will not be supporting the motion. Councillor Thiessen.
Well, I think you make a great point, Mayor Bill. Inside of the original motion, now Councillor Rice's motion is secondary, but the original ask was $21,000. Now, if there's the attitude that we could fund up to $21,000 for that organization, then I would say that, yeah, you know what, maybe it's a little rich, you know, we don't want a half membership or anything, as Councillor Clayton said. But if we were to go with Councillor Rice's motion of $10,000 under the guise that, you know, we're saving $11,000 and we can redisperse that into our environmental stewardship department, I could see that. So I will support the motion, but if it doesn't pass, I'll probably make another motion to make it more money.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. I don't see anybody else in the queue on Councillor Rice's motion, which was to fund the PAZA to the amount of $10,000 per year for the balance of the budgets, the 3 years left in the budget. I will call for the vote. Thank you. That motion does not carry. Councillor Thiessen. Oh, sorry, I see Councillor Logan in the queue first. Councillor Thiessen. Apologies.
Thank you. I know that Councillor Thiessen spoke to it last, but I spoke to it first, that $21,000 is the appropriate amount for us to be putting in. And so I'd like to move that we pay PAZA, Peace Airshed Zone Association, $21,000 annually for membership in their association to support the data collection that they do.
Thanks, Councillor Logan. Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Just a question, is this membership in perpetuity? Is this just intended like a one-year membership? Can someone speak to that?
It's the annual cost of the membership.
So we're committing to 1 year, and then next year budget would be reviewed again?
The motion, as I understand it, is 21,000 per year for 3 years. Is that correct, Councillor Logan? Which, so for 2 years. Okay. So thanks for the clarification. So Councillor Logan's motion is for 21,000 per year for 2016 and 2017 for membership in Peace Airshed Zone. Thanks for the clarification, Councillor Tarrant and Councillor Logan. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Bill. Thank you for stealing that motion for me. I guess it wasn't really stolen. I was trying to steal it from you. It's my opinion that the water, the air, and the land are equally as important as many other initiatives. This council and councils before, and probably councils in the future, are going to be more than willing to spend hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars on recreation and sporting events. Really, the enjoyment of those recreation and sporting events will be lessened if we don't have access to clean air, clean water, and a healthy landscape. So I'm fully in support of $21,000 for full funding over the next 2 years.
Councillor Thiessen. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I supported this before for this amount, but I have changed my mind. I believe the funding formula within PAZA is not correct within the municipalities, and therefore I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor McLean. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Given. When they come to committee, they mentioned some of the other municipalities and areas that would be purchasing memberships. And the county of Grande Prairie, if I stand corrected, was $4,000, and they've got 10 times more area than the city of Grande Prairie has, maybe even more than that. And ours is $21,000, and I really have a hard time chewing that and letting it go. So I will not be supporting this at all until they come up with a better membership formula. Then I will be not supporting that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, Given. I will not be supporting the motion either. I think that the full membership is in excess to what we receive from the work of the group. Also, the communication to our environmental stewardship department is lacking. So I don't think we should be getting from that organization. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we will move to the vote. Councillor Logan's motion, although Councillor Thiessen really wanted it. Councillor Logan's motion to fund the PAZA for $21,000 per year for 2016 and 2017. I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion does not carry. If we're done with business on that item, then we will move next. What have you got, Ken? Have you got Culture and Heritage? Councillor Radburn, I think you had highlighted, flagged this one, so let's start off with you.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So I have a question before I contemplate a motion. That motion is, at the committee report talked about the 2 additions plus the roofing being bundled into one project. My question is relative to, we just went with the 2 additions. Can we limp along? Integral to any project is this roof, or is the roof okay? We can limp along until we can do something more major with the roof. That's my question.
Director Roth.
Your Worship, the current life expectancy of the roof is from 5 to 10 years. However, the way the roof is designed, it does require snow removal every winter, as there's more amount of years when there's more amount of snow. Every time snow removal is done, it actually reduces the life expectancy of the roof to some degree. So yes, we can limp along and then do the roof at another point in time. However, it's hard to say exactly how long it's going to last based upon how many times we actually have to remove snow from the roof.
Councillor Radburn, what's your wish?
Thank you. I would move to amend the budget to reflect capital investment of $850,000 towards expanding space for the archives and expanding space for the museum. In speaking to the motion, as I thought about this, is one of the few of these referrals that I will be supporting, given our context in terms of our budget tightness. But I think this will give us at least 5 to 10 years without a new building being needed for both. I think it's, that's my third term on council, and we've underserved the museum, in my opinion. And this is a way to, at a time when space is at a premium and they both need that space, that's why I'm making the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Redburn. Councillor Logan.
Thank you. I would like to speak strongly as I can in favor of the motion, and I respect how well Alderman Councillor Radburn put it. It's just something that has been neglected for far too long, and I think is something that if it continues to see the neglect, we're going to start actually losing material from there already, because they are talking about leaks and advancing creeks and various other things that might rhyme with that. So please, I urge council to support the motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Logan. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill. Just a question to administration. Over the long term of this project, eventually the archives will be finding their own building and moving out. Would the addition of 2,000 square feet of extra space be usable in full capacity by the museum in the event and the time when the archives moves out? Like, how much of that stuff is in storage, and will it fill the space later?
Director Roth?
The short answer to that is yes. That the anticipating that it would be 10 years down the road until the archives moves out of the current museum location. In that time, we grow in terms of numbers of artifacts every year, and that space would certainly be able to be used, whether it's configured as gallery space or just as storage space would have to be determined in the future. But certainly we could utilize that space.
Well, thank you very much. I do have one more question as well. In terms of risk mitigation, it was in the report that it is in a natural occurring windrow spot and is at a high risk flood zone area. What's there? I guess we have 1 in a million storms. We've had them in the past 5 years all across the country. But what are the chances that we may have to move the museum itself eventually one day?
Director Roth?
There's always ongoing risk in terms of flooding from the creek, and also drainage that comes down over the bank, overland flooding that occurs in that area. I don't have exact information. We haven't done a full study to be able to show what our degree those risks are, but there certainly is some risk. I mean, certainly our staff the city staff do their best to try to mitigate that risk by removing the snow off the roof, by making sure snow removal is done in the parking lot, those kinds of things. But we can't control the weather type forces that will happen.
Thank you.
I see some others in the queue. I'll just ask a question at this point. Director Roth, it's my understanding that the archives is essentially a regionally funded entity. Does this amount contemplate the City of Grande Prairie taking on 100% of the capital needs of the archives? Have we asked any other regional municipalities that are funders of the archives on an operational basis to contribute to this capital program?
I'm not aware of any requests regionally to support the capital request.
Okay. So that's a challenge for me in this. I think this is the archives provides a valuable and needed service to the City of Grande Prairie, as it does to other municipalities in the region. I think that's evidenced through the fact that other municipalities provide operational funding to the archives, as far as I understand it. And it is a bit of a challenge for me for the City of Grande Prairie to accept the 100% of the capital cost without at least making some advance or requests to the other operational partners in the funding of the archives. Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Actually, that was going to be my one of my concerns as well. And I guess I'm at a bit of a loss of what the best direction to go is. With the archives is, in prior meetings with them, they've been more than willing to make the approach to the other regional municipalities, but they need to have a project in hand to be able to go ahead and make those requests. And so, on the one side of me says that, maybe we should fund the project, fully right now, just so that we know what's going to happen, and then they could go out. Or on the other hand, I've considered, well, maybe we should just fund it at a lesser amount, with the expectation that they have to, get the regional municipalities to pitch in. So, I guess it's just a question to throw out there.
Councillor Toole.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor Given. Just a question for administration. The funding would include landscaping and the direction of water flow from the top of the roof, correct? That'd be the changes? That would be included in the $450,000.
To a minor extent, yes. That isn't the most significant part of the project. The most significant part of the project is the actual construction. But certainly there is always some landscaping that goes with any project.
My point is it would be, thank you very much, but my point would be it's going to be addressed. So it would stop some of the future issues later in life. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Toole. Just thinking on the question sort of raised by myself and Councillor Tarrant, one perspective that I'm sort of developing is that, in the end, the City of Grande Prairie would be the owner of the capital asset. And so should the archives move at some point in the future, then the City of Grande Prairie would be the beneficiary of that asset. And so in my mind, I can see some justification for the city being the one that would fund that expansion. So I think I've squared that one in my mind, at least. Any further discussion or debate on Councillor Radburn's motion? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote on recognizing $850,000 in the capital budget for the archives expansion and museum expansion. Please vote. Thank you. That motion carries. What do we have next, Ken? Hermit Lake School. Councillor Rice, I think on my list, it was Councillor Rice that had asked to have this one flagged. If you'd care to turn your mic on, Councillor Rice, and start us off.
Yeah, I believe that this project is very worthwhile. I just don't believe it needs to be done at this time. I think that we still face some big decisions. And I'm suspecting this project can be delayed.
So it's not currently in, is that?
I'm asking that it not be put in.
So just to confirm, it's not recommended by administration.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Ken, Mr. Roth?
Yeah.
It's not currently reflected in the budget. So the only action would be if we wanted to include it in the budget, Councillor Rice. Sounds as though you're not proposing to do that. Then if there's nobody else that wish to speak to this item, then we'll move on to our next item. Mr. Anderson. Eastlink Center. Councillor Thiessen, I believe that was you.
Sure was, and it's just a matter of housekeeping. It is currently listed as general debenture, and it was my understanding that Council was not going to move forward with it, and I'm not worried about it.
Sorry, Councillor Thiessen. So we're Eastlink Center operational.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said Leisure Center for some reason. Yes, just a question on the Eastlink Center operational budget. In regards to the annual impact, how has the Eastlink Center been doing operationally? I see we're at 4.8, 4.7, 4.7, and we're going to convert a bunch of staff, 6.5 and up in the increasing years. How is that in regards to the actual overall performance of the Eastlink Center?
Director Roth?
Your Worship, 2015 looks like we are a little bit under budget. We'll have a small surplus. Certainly, we are doing everything we can to be within budget.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I want to know. No.
So just a question, so no action on either of those two items? Nope, 'cause they are currently reflected in, okay? So that would take us to Bear Creek Pool renovations, which we completed. The next is South Bear Creek Park Pavilion upgrades. Councillor Rice. Go ahead, your mic's on there.
I believe that this is a project we have to support. We made a commitment. And as I said last year, we need to be ashamed of ourselves for that, letting that facility run down to the degree it was. I think we have started this project. We are turning it into a tremendous asset for this community. And I move that we do the necessary funds.
Okay, so the motion is for the addition of the 300 and some $1,000. Sorry, I'm just switching pages here. So, okay, Councillor.
305.95.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Just could someone from administration just refresh my memory? I know when the report was originally presented, there was the addition of irrigation for a couple of the ball diamonds that we had suggested could be delayed. Are those irrigation amounts included in this 300,000?
Director Roth?
Yes, they are. They are included in that full amount.
Councillor Radburn? No? Make sure my on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Given. That's where I was going. I would move an amendment to the motion to increase the funding to that project by $50,000. By doing that, we will then have enough monies for the existing upgrade and making it an all-year facility. But it does not allow us to add the irrigation and a couple of other minor things. So I'm just looking at the field engineering, an Associates Limited report that came to committee that's in your package. And so I think given our challenges with our budget, I'll confirm with Director Roth, but I think that 50,000 would allow us to do the existing upgrade and the all-year facility upgrade.
Okay, Mr. Roth, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So motion to amend the amount proposed by Councillor Rice to show an increase of just $50,000 rather than the $302,000. I was going to do the math and discount the 50,000 from the. So probably just better to say Councillor Radburn is proposing a motion to an amendment to the motion to reflect that we increase the budget by just $50,000 to complete that project. So we'll discuss and debate on that amendment. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I guess I had a question towards administration. I'm quite proud of what's been happening in this area for the last 5 years since I've been on council. The area was really getting run down, and it's really been stepped up a lot lately. The last few councils have really done a great job. Can you speak to this pavilion, what you're trying to do in the winter, just a little bit, so people that are watching, and you're going to put insulation in the attic. Just speak to a little bit of this where you're trying to get all use in the winter as well, please, Gary.
Certainly, through the mayor. The pavilion will be a winterized facility. Now it's only a summer facility. It'll be better insulated. There's windows and doors that need to be replaced. Heating system needs to be upgraded. Also, the washrooms need to be made more accessible. The intent is in the future is to have it operated very similarly to the Muskosipi Park Pavilion, where there would be staff at various times of the day that could assist users of the park. Plus, we are also would be hoping to encourage more events at that park as well.
Just the final one. I'm just a little bit confused, and I'm asking a question of the 350. That's a part I missed out on. I just want to be verified a bit, and I wanted to ask about the bathrooms because we have a campsite there, and for washroom facilities, it might be a little bit more in the bathrooms than Muskosipi Park. At that pavilion, there used to be showers.
What's your question, Councillor?
So what's pertaining within the pavilion for the washrooms? It is, and it's not quite the same as the down Muskosipi Park.
Your Worship, it would see redoing the washroom facility. There currently is showers in the pavilion for campers, and it would concentrate more on the code side of things to make it more handicapped accessible.
Okay.
And that for that amount.
Okay. Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you very much. Just a question now in regards to the stormwater retention system and irrigation. What's the overall cost on that? I'm looking at the field, and I've highlighted $179,400 and $125,000 as part of that project in 2 separate columns. But I wasn't at that meeting, so I'd just like to be up to date.
Director Roth?
So according to the field cost estimate, it would be $258,000. Of course, $179,000 in the actual cost, but then there's always design and overhead and contingency costs that come with any piece of any project. So it'd be approximately $250,000.
And thanks for asking that, because as I was going over my notes, I thought that we could add a little more to the budget and do exactly what Councillor Radburn has said and make sure that we have the year-round upgrades and the security windows all in place and do our due diligence in taking care of that facility. So just in saying that, I'm fully in support of Councillor Radburn's amendment.
Okay. Thanks very much. Councillor Radburn?
Just quickly to remind, I guess, those who might be watching, we already have allocated $800,000 to this project. So this $850 will do the two components that I spoke of, but not the irrigation.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. So we have Councillor Radburn's motion that the increase to the budget for the renovations to the South Bear Creek Park Pavilion be reflected at $50,000. Okay. Discussion, debate. Councillor Logan, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm just a bit confused. Is that the total amount now?
That's the total. That's the total amount being proposed by Councillor Radburn's motion. We could have done the math to subtract $252,595 from Councillor Rice's motion, but I thought for clarity, yeah. Okay. So the total amount of increase to the budget as it exists today, proposed by the amendment, is $50,000. If the amendment fails, then we would go back to the main motion, which reflected a total increase of $302,000. So the amendment is actually less than the original motion. There's mud. Okay, I'll call for the vote. If you vote in favor, you're voting to add only $50,000 to the budget for this project. Thank you. That motion does carry, so that amendment passes, and now we'll call for the vote on the main motion as amended to add $50,000 to the South Bear Creek Park Pavilion upgrade project. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I will call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. And we'll move on to our next item. Mr. Anderson. Okay, CKC Field, Grandstand and Lights. This is the additional amount that was required above and beyond what's in our budget right now to complete the grandstand. Councilor McLean, you'd flag this?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I flagged it, but I didn't know it was an addition to what they're already asking for, so no problem unflagging it. Not even speaking to this.
Thanks, Councilor McLean. So for me, I want to gain an understanding of what will happen if council does not fund this additional amount. Mr. Roth.
We would have to look at the scope of the project to see if there's any items that can be taken out that would keep us within that amount. Bearing in mind, though, of course, that what we had scoped out was to be able to host provincial football meets or games based upon Alberta Football Association standards. That is the minimum requirement that we're supposed to have for provincial level football. If we have to rescope it, certainly there would be things taken out of the budget and just simply not completed in that area. And again, it may not meet Alberta Football Association standards.
Thanks very much, Dr. Roth. I see a couple of folks in the queue. For me, I would say that this is a project that would be appropriate for borrowing. I believe that the lifespan of the project would be, in that 20-year time frame. I know they're still using the grandstands at the Composite High School that were put in when I was in school. So I certainly see an opportunity there to complete this project and have that field fully functional. I would note that the current funding is currently ACAP Metropolitan Grant Funding and Facility Renewal Reserve. So this additional amount, if it was borrowing, would have a pretty minor impact. And the project as is has a pretty minor impact on the property tax increase. Councilor McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. It kind of went hand in hand when I was wondering about that. I thought it was included with sort of the stands and lighting. Why isn't provincial be held at the other area where the stands are now, where we have lights at the other football field? Like we're looking at lights around the football field, the new one. But I'm asking about our other area within the city that is being used as the old comp area. Just a question to Gary. It's kind of relating to how I want to vote.
Well, we don't have a motion, so we don't have anything to vote.
Oh, I know, but I'm asking them about, can provincial be held at the other football field as it is stands?
Can provincial, okay, sure.
With the stands there and lights there as well right now.
Technically, according to Alberta Football Association standards, is that no, it cannot. The standards are written for towards artificial turf because of the degree of impact on the ground.
Councillor Clayton?
I forget my question now. Hang on. The question for Administration Director Roth. Can you give me, by chance, an update on how the corporate support campaign is going, whatever you may want to call it?
Mr. Roth?
There is, the campaign has been launched using the school partnership with the school foundations, as you're aware. There has been some talks with a corporation for some naming rights. I can't go into details of that because it's still high-level discussion. What I can say is it's, I'll say it this way: it's within tens of thousands of dollars, not hundreds of thousands of dollars, in terms of naming.
Councillor O'Toole.
Mayor Given, I'm prepared to make a motion if the discussion is over. Okay. I amend the budget to reflect $1.145 million in addition to the funding for the Community Knowledge Campus. And that would be the turf field, grandstand, and lights to this deliberation. Okay. Speaking of which, we put a lot of money into this area. We've got our artificial turf. That was a large amount of money. We decided at that time we were going to do this in steps. It's been in operation for 1 full year, and I feel that this is the next step, and if we got funding for it, we could see this in operation for next fall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. So a motion on the floor to increase the budget by 1.45 for the CKC Field Grandstands to Provincial Standards project. Open for discussion and debate. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I will be in support of this. I wonder how sometimes some things develop where we had stands and lights and put the artificial field there and then had this one grass. But in hindsight, we'll spend money and add a stand and can't really have it without having lights and have it. But you kind of wonder sometimes. But I will be in support of it.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. I will also support the motion. One thing just on Councillor McLean's point, the grandstands and the change room facilities at Legion Field, to my understanding, don't meet provincial standards anyhow, so we would have had to throw those away and build new there in either case. The reason that I'll support this motion is I believe it is in line with our desire to turn CKC into a facility that can host provincial and regional events as a part of, I believe there's an economic development portion to that. Certainly, I think the hotel that's being developed across the street will be looking forward to more events being hosted on that field rather than less, and certainly events that attract visitors. I also support this. Again, I believe that this is an appropriate, if council wish to consider using more borrowing throughout the budget, I think that this may be an appropriate project. I recognize at this point we're not talking about the source of funding for this, but in terms of the lifespan of the asset, I think it might be one that council or administration could consider or administration could recommend. but I am in support of the project as a whole. Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, Given. I'll speak against the motion. I fully support completion of this project, but not this year. We purposefully last year didn't fully fund it. Now, the number has risen because of soil conditions. I think that's fair to state up front. But we wanted the community partnership in this. And we haven't realized, we don't know what will happen with our sponsorship program. So I think we should wait another year and not impact, at least another year, and not impact this budget, given the tightness of our budget.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I agree with Councillor Radbourne. I think that although this is a great project and will, when complete, will be an amazing facility in addition to our community, I just unfortunately think it's the wrong time. And although I encourage the group that's doing corporate fundraising to go, continue forward and look for support for this, and it's possible that this project sort of get broken up into pieces. I just think, given our current budget situation, I don't think it's the right time.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. I don't see anybody else in the queue. That being the case, so Councillor Radburn. No, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor O'Toole made the motion.
I want to make one quick comment. I think that if we really wanted to host provincials next year, we could find a way, given the monies we still have in that budget line.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. So again, seeing nobody else in the queue, I'll call for the vote on Councillor O'Toole's motion. Add 1.45 and change. Sorry, 1.4. 1.145. Thank you. 1.145 to the capital budget for the CKC West grandstands. I'll call for the vote. So we'll just redo that vote. I'll ask council. We had a request from a council member to redo the vote. I'll ask you to re-enter your votes, please. Thank you. That motion does not carry. Ken, what's next? Okay, the Arbor Hills School capital request. Councillor Tarrant, you highlighted that one.
I misunderstood. I thought that this was included, so I'm fine with it not being included.
So unless there's anyone else that wishes to take action, then we'll move on to the next item. Seeing nobody ringing in, then we'll move on to the public art policy. Councillor Rice, I feel like I had you down on that one. Is that correct? Oh, Councillor Clayton. Okay, thank you. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I will speak in favor of this being added and therefore make a motion. It is in.
Is that correct? Seeing administration saying it is in.
Sorry.
Okay. We'll move on to the Councillor Rice.
I'm going to make a motion that this be moved from this year's budget again. Well, I think it's extremely worthwhile. And certainly Grande Prairie has a reputation of being supportive of the arts. But I think, again, it's a tough budget year, and I think we have to be cognizant of that. So I move that this be removed.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Rice. Just can you clarify, you said this year and then removed. My understanding is that this was a 3-year, 25,000 per year for 3 years. Is that correct, Mr. Anderson?
Correct. It's put in for 25,000 for the full duration of the budget.
Okay, so I would move it, yeah, for the duration, yeah.
So remove the funding for the public art reserve
cycle.
Okay, thank you. Open for discussion, debate. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be against that motion. I believe we opened up a new park. I don't know. I'm saying the name, Bear's Heart, across the Center 2000, and we did purchase before from an artist that was there for a few years free, 3 bears, a mom and 2 cubs. It's supposed to be. Anyways, we're supposed to get that relocated and have whatever. And I believe art's very important for our community to have outside art. And And that type of art, even if they did something with paint, can be cleaned off. You know, and we always have to look at that. But public art's very, very important, and I will be not in favor of this motion.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor McLean. Councillor Clayton.
Question for administration. Can you tell me what the fund is now? Like, I know this is adding additional fund. Is there a current balance in this fund as it stands?
Dr. Roth or Mr. Anderson?
Somebody.
Mr. Anderson?
Well, it's the creation of a new reserve, so this would be the first 25,000.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Clayton.
I will not be supporting this motion, although I understand it's a very tight budget year. I feel that due to the climate and our growing season, sometimes our community needs something to be proud and to be looked at that fills areas that maybe aren't as green as they could be. And there's certainly some areas in the community that could add a little pizzazz to them. So I think for a small amount of money, we truly could enhance certain areas of our community so that when visitors came to our community, they recognized that we had lots to offer year-round and not just when the grass was green.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you, Mayor Bill. I too won't be supporting this motion as a person who has utilized city funds in the past to create art projects, most notably down at the amphitheater in Muskosipi Park and the mural space around there. That project was done for about $14,000. Cold hard cash. We can make a lot of strides in beautifying our city simply by the small amounts of funds that we add in year after year to our public art policy.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. Just something I'd speak to as well. I knew it was a new reserve being started out because the last 60,000 we reached in to buy that sculpture. I think it doesn't mean it has to be utilized in year 1 or year 2. It could be year 3 for a project, or it could be utilized every year. It's there for council to look at.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. I don't see anybody else in the queue. So if not, then I'll call for the vote on Councillor Rice's motion, which would be to remove $25,000 per year for the next 3 years from the budget, and essentially remove funding for the public art policy reserve. I'll start the vote. So vote in favor removes the funding that is currently in the budget. Okay, thank you. That motion does not carry. So that will stay in. If there's no other business on that item, then we move to our next. I believe that's QE2 Hospital Foundation. Mr. Anderson, is that correct? Councillor Clayton, you flagged that one. Yes.
So this is currently in. Okay, so it's currently not. So speaking in support of this, I feel that our current new facility, which now we understand will open later than expected, although it's going to open later than expected and be phased into use, I think that this facility is truly something that regionally we've determined a need for. And as a city council where this facility is situated, we need to take responsibility and continue to support the future growth and opportunity that this facility brings to the community. I think as the presentation was made, there's many opportunities for advanced medicine, opportunities to recruit stronger doctors, opportunity to grow the facility, and it simply can't be, although there will be people around the table that feel that it's the province's responsibility, we are a community that is built with leaders, and therefore we need to lead in this and bring to the facility infrastructure and doctors that are of the top-notch type. And this may include things that have been discussed, such as robotics, which in turn recruits doctors that we normally may not get. It may include enhancement of programming. And I think that there has been discussion around the municipalities, and that we won't be the only municipality that will discuss the opportunity of supporting this regional facility. And I strongly encourage councils to have the discussion of what the opportunities are. And I think that this is something that will be lifetimes past us of use, and something for us to be able to put definitely our name at the table in such a strong facility.
Okay, so we won't have too much discussion unless there's a motion. I see a couple others in the queue. Is there anybody that wishes to make a motion on this? Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Clayton. We'll start at the start. $3.5 million is what the request from the Community Foundation was, for a total of $3.5 million. Yeah. So the $3.5 million over the 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so a motion for $3.5 million to support the Community Hospital Foundation, Q2 Hospital Foundation campaign over the course of the 3 years. Open for discussion and debate. Councillor Rice.
It was my understanding that the capital campaign has been suspended temporarily.
No, that is not the case.
Thank you.
Councillor Tarrant?
Just first of all, just a question. I thought it was my understanding that the request was over a longer period of time. Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Clayton, your microphone isn't on.
If council will allow, I will make a friendly amendment to my motion, and
You
it's
can just
over
change your
10
motion.
years.
You can just change your motion
Okay.
and amend your own motion.
Thanks.
So $3.5 million over 10 years.
Yes.
Which would really, the effect would be
$350,000
per year for the next 3 years in this budget. Okay. Councillor Tarrant.
So in speaking to that, I will be voting against the motion. While I'm very much in support of the hospital project, and I think it's a very valuable asset for the region, I strongly believe that we need to be watching our the mandate creep. And I think there's certain things that city councils should have responsibility for, and I think there's certain ways we can be supporting the hospital in terms of providing municipal infrastructure, in terms of pedestrian links and bridges and those type of things to support it. But in terms of direct support, I think that it sets a poor precedent going into funding, operating and capital expenditures for the facility, and it's an area that I don't believe we should be extending our reach into.
Thanks, Councillor Tarrant. I'll just jump into the queue here. My understanding of the Hospital Foundation is that they don't, except in some very specific circumstances, fund operating. It is typically always specific capital, specifically capital that is not funded by the province of Alberta, that we as a region would not receive unless the community chose to advance that effort. The one that has been mentioned is probably most well known to people is the MRI. The provincial government would not have located an MRI in our community, certainly at least not at the time that they did, unless our community advocated for it and invested in that ourselves. Once the equipment is here and that has been accepted by the province, then they will continue to replace that equipment. So I see this as the city indicating that it has a role to play in highlighting the needs of the community and the fact that our community and region deserves as high a level of service as the other parts of the province, obviously within reason. But I believe that this is an appropriate investment. There are very few areas where we as a municipality are involved in healthcare or in terms of advocating for healthcare or trying to improve the healthcare services in our region. And I think that this is an appropriate way. I think the $350,000 per year is a small amount that will allow the foundation to leverage that out in the greater community. So I would speak strongly in support of the $350,000 per year and encourage council to support it. Do I have anybody else in the queue? Councillor O'Toole.
Mayor Given, thank you. I feel that the equipment that we could be used in this hospital would reduce the flights to Edmonton, Calgary, and other major centers. What does that really mean? Well, the family can be close to the family that's in need. That speeds up the healing process, reduces costs to everybody involved. I know we are in a tight budget. Doesn't look good right now, but I think in the future we would all be we'll be all benefiting, not only the city of Grande Prairie, but the region by having this equipment here. And to go along with your words, I think it shows our strong desire to have a facility of this magnitude, this quality, located in the city of Grande Prairie is something to be very proud of. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill. I'm going to speak against the motion, and not because I don't believe in the QE2 Foundation or what they do or the advancements and contributions that being a part of this could bring to our region. It's been mentioned we are in tough budget times, and I don't think the Key to Care campaign is going anywhere. So at this moment in time, I'm not willing to commit a large chunk of money until we have more of a settling of the current economic climate. So just in saying that, I'm not willing to put my money in the door just yet.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Clayton.
Just to Councillor Thiessen's comments, I think that we've done a lot less with a lot more money in certain facilities in our community, and this truly is a priority for our community to have this facility. We need to support it. We need to take the initiative to be leaders, which in turn will allow the campaign cabinet to take the backing of the city to get other money from other corporate sponsors. And I really strongly encourage council to think about this, because healthcare is a priority to every single person in this community. There's no other facility in our community that will touch as many people's lives as this facility. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Rice.
Yes. I guess during this budget, I've been cognizant that it's a tough budget year. However, I am going to support this motion, and I'm going to because with the uncertainty of the future of the hospital, with the timing of it, particularly with the over budget concerns, I'm going to support this because I think it sends a very clear message to the province that the community supports this facility, supports it to the degree it's prepared to put its money where its mouth is. And I think that will reflect very positively on redeeming or rejuvenating the original or a compromise time frame.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. I'll just one additional item that I want to highlight is that I think a municipal contribution towards these types of enhancements, and to be clear, these are enhancements above what the province would give us in this region. A community contribution, a municipal contribution to that really shows the collectivism that says that the residents of the Grande Prairie region believe, which I know that they believe, they deserve similar services that they'd be able to receive anywhere else. And the residents of this region don't deserve to be forced to travel long distances to receive those services. And so I think that is an appropriate use of municipal dollars to express that will of our residents, and in fact to achieve better outcomes for our residents when it comes to healthcare. Councillor McLean.
Well, thank you, Mayor Given. I will definitely not be supporting this. I believe nonprofit organizations organized to help the community is great. This opens the door for other avenues to possibly come here towards council. Healthcare is provincial jurisdiction. And to compare us to the MD Greenview or the county, where MD Greenview towns go and beg for money to keep from being bankrupt, we're not in the same comparison. And this is taxpayers' money, and healthcare is provincial. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. Councillor Tarrant.
I'd like to just reiterate the fact that I think it is a very dangerous precedent going into funding something that's very much a provincial responsibility. I could identify numerous areas, within our education system, within our advanced education, within our provincial highway networks, where I would love as a municipal council to support and enhance things that the province is not doing. However, I recognize that those are, a lot of things are within the provincial scope of responsibility, and if we extend our mandate into them, we're taking on, I think, more than city taxpayers really expect of us, and so I think it's a very dangerous precedent to be setting.
Thanks, Councillor Tarrant. Councillor Logan.
Yeah, like my colleagues, I'm quite torn over this one. I was a supporter and donator to the QE2 Foundation almost before it was a foundation. It's been very important to me and my family and me personally. But it just isn't our field of, that's not what we've been mandated to do. The city has not been mandated to handle healthcare. It's the province that has that under their purview. By the fact that they're not doing good enough job doesn't mean I think that we can dump that on the municipal taxpayer. It means we can bring extra pressure on the provincial government, but I don't think that means we can distort our mandate. So, with a great deal of reluctance, I'm going to vote against it.
Thanks, Councillor Logan. Councillor Clayton.
Last comment to Councillor Tarrant's comment. There are already other things such as gyms, etc., that we do fund that a lot of people feel are provincial responsibility. The thing that makes this different for me is that if we are not able to support it, it won't be the facility that it truly can be. Adding another community gym is a great thing that it makes the facility enhanced, but this facility simply won't operate in certain areas because of a lack of support through a capital campaign. This facility is meant to be a regional hospital, therefore it needs support from the region, and that includes municipalities.
See a couple others in the queue. Councillor Thiessen.
This is turning into quite a contentious debate, but thank you, Mayor Bill, for giving me the floor. Just a response to Councillor Clayton's comment. I'm not fully against supporting this campaign, but it is a regional hospital. So because we do not fund it at this time does not mean that it will not receive funding from the other municipal districts and counties that surround us. I'm just saying let's hold firm to ourselves and let's really discuss this as a council if this is the direction we really want to go. And I've heard lots of reasons as to why we shouldn't and lots of good reasons as to why we should. I still sit on my side of the fence, which is let's hold off for now and wait and not jump all right in right now.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you. One of the items that was mentioned in the presentation was the province doesn't fund new equipment of certain types, but they will replace that equipment if it is once bought. And we got to keep that in mind. If we did not have that MRI, it's got a lifespan of about 10 years, the province wouldn't have funded it. But when it needed to be replaced, it was replaced by the province. So just remember that down the field. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. I don't see anybody else in the queue except for Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Yeah, this is as a number have stated, this is really a challenge for me. I think Councillor Rice's comments I took to heart. But in essence, of the four pillars of their campaign, there's only one that I'm really supportive of. I think doing a legacy for key equipment, I think, is not our responsibility. In terms of key innovations and $9 million, yeah, I can see that would help both parent and patient care and recruiting. The arts one and the whatever the other pillar was, key to knowledge educational component. I'm not sure if we as a municipality should be supporting that. And so the 350 was a little more than I was prepared to support is the bottom line. And the other thing is, for 10 years for me is like, I think the best we can do is our term, Mayor Given. And even then, that last year is a new council. So, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move that an amendment to the motion that it be $250,000 for 2 years. That would be my motion. That's this year and next, right?
16-17.
16-17, and each year 250, and then we're supporting the collective cause, but we're limiting the length of our contribution, and gives the new council the opportunity to revisit and make their own decision.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Radburn. So motion to amend to 250 per year for the years of 2016 and 2017. The motion, of course, is in order. Discussion or debate on the motion? I'll say that I will support the motion, the amendment. I appreciate the challenge it is for council. I also appreciate the perspective about what's really reasonable and how much authority we have to make decisions on behalf of other councils. And so I appreciate that compromise. I also appreciate the ability to demonstrate support for the campaign in the community on an immediate basis. Councillor Logan.
Sure, this wasn't what I asked for, but I think it's a really good compromise. Like, it's not just one compromise, but it's several. But it does demonstrate to important people that we do have perceive that we have a stake in the healthcare system in our community, that we're prepared to sow some seeds for future improvements. And it's not what we all want, but it's pretty good.
Thanks, Councillor Logan. Any other discussion or debate on Councillor Radburn's amendment? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. The vote is to amend the main motion to reflect $250,000 per year in 2016 and 2017 for the QE2 Hospital Foundation Keys to Care capital campaign. So vote in favor would see that be the motion. I'll start the vote. Thank you. And that motion carries. So we'll go back to the main motion as amended. Exactly as I just stated. I don't believe we should need another round of discussion debate on that. Vote on the main motion. Thank you. That motion carries as well. Okay. We are still on administration's first slides. We haven't got into the additional stuff that council added on. I see that we're at about 3 o'clock. Do we need to stand and stretch for a minute, or do we want to keep plugging through? I know that we probably will run till, what time were we scheduled till? 4 or 4:30? Terry? 4:30. Okay. So let's take 10 minutes to stand and stretch. So we're going to be back at 3:15. Council members, if you're not in your chair, then you may miss a vote. Okay, welcome back. We had our little break. Our next item, I believe, was Community Social Development interim office space, flagged by Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice?
I've received additional information to answer my question, so I'll make no motions.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Rice. We'll move on. The Young Offender Center, safety code upgrades. Councillor O'Toole, I think you had flagged this one. That's going to have my notes from before. That's what I had written down. Okay. So it's not currently in. Councillor O'Toole, do you wish to make a motion?
I would like to open some discussion on this.
Would you like to do that by making a motion? Yeah. So, and your microphone needs to be on.
Oh. I amend the budget to reflect the money allocated as required in the report for upgrades to the building.
So $500,000 in 2016. That was recommended. Okay. So we can have discussion, debate on that. Councillor Rice.
Will we be collecting rent off that building?
Who'd like to answer that? Mr. Roth or Mr. Anderson? Mr. Roth.
Your Worship, that was not part of the RFP that we had received.
We sent RFPs before where people were willing to pay rent. So why would we pick someone that isn't going to pay rent so we could recover that?
Mr. Roth.
Worship, we've only issued one submission for RFPs. We had received some unsolicited proposals. The RFPs of the ones that were submitted, none of the RFPs had indicated that they were paying rent.
I guess I'm very concerned about this whole process. Unsolicited, we said this was such a convoluted process where we talked to groups, we went out, we talked to them, we had big meetings, we had everything. They submitted proposals and then we didn't know. Well, we didn't know and we didn't. And it's no wonder some fell by the board, but I remember distinctly both the John Howard Society and the Legion were willing to pay to access that building, but you know, we just pretty much wore them down by having a process that made no sense at all, in my opinion.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Don't think it's productive at all to talk about the past. In fact, we did have an RFP process that was, we had two bids. One didn't meet the technical standards. One did. And I am not supportive of this motion. That's really why I want to speak. I think that this is a case of I'm not sure what the number's going to end up. This is the risk thing that we talked about from administration. This is an estimate to bring it to code. It could be more, it might be less, but I doubt it. And I'm not sure of the usability of that facility. This isn't really what the council had envisioned. I think it'll be a good use, but I'm not sure. The other thing is happening from committee. We did say we'd refer this amount, but the other motion on this topic was that administration begin negotiations of a lease with the group that won the competition. We don't have that in hand yet. I'd like to know what the lease does for us before we start providing money to support a journey to get this facility to a state that is usable. Thank you, Mayor Given.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I just, following up on Councillor Radburn's comment, this is an estimate. We currently don't have in everybody's collective opinions the best use for this facility. To put this money forward now, I don't think is necessary. We, have this building. I think there are great opportunities for this building. I do feel that we will find a good use, but I don't think we need to spend that money right now. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Rice.
Again, it may not be productive to talk about the past, but I believe our process was flawed, and I'm not in favor of this motion either.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, Thank you much, Mayor Given. So whether this passes or not, and let's say it doesn't pass, what are we going to do with the building? It can't be used unless we do the safety codes. So we have a building that the city owns, and we can't use it for any particular purpose. So it just sits until another budget comes by. Is that correct?
Mr. Roth?
Essentially, there will be safety codes requirements needed to happen, whether that happens at the city's expense and or at the tenant's expense. This particular RFP was written that it was based upon the city looks after the safety codes and the tenant looks after other leasehold improvements. Either way, there are safety codes issues that would need to be addressed.
Okay, and just one more question. There is a group that's advised us that they're interested in this. How do we deal with that now? They're not going to be able to move into the building.
Mr. Roth?
Certainly, we're still in negotiations around the lease component. Certainly, I mean, the safety codes piece. Actually, if I recall right, the motion at committee did suggest that we have negotiate the lease and we refer the amount or get budget approval before the RFP can be awarded. So if the budget approval is not done, then the RFP is not approved by council essentially, and we're back to coming up with other alternatives.
Okay. If there's nobody else here to speak, is it okay if I withdraw my motion? I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I will move that the up to $500,000 be included in the budget. You know, in speaking to the motion, I feel this is really about good faith. When we put the RFP out, which council had input in, we had said that, you know, as part of the RFP, that council would be responsible for the safety code upgrades. It was also, I remember, you know, first year of council when we bought the Young Offender Center, we knew all along what the cost of the safety codes were going to be, and we knew that it was an expense that we were going to take on should we do anything with the building. And so I think that was, it's very clear in my mind throughout the whole process that this was an expense that, you know, should we take the Young Offender Center on, that we would take on. In putting out the RFP, we've made that indication to the community, and we did have a successful applicant. I mean, the lease isn't finalized yet, but you know, there was someone that was you know, chosen through a very fair process that everybody in the community had availability to. And that being the case, I think we need to honor our commitment in putting out that RFP and approve the money for the safety code upgrades. I think it would make the city look really bad should we all of a sudden not fund it when we said that we would in putting out the RFP.
Well, I may be right out to lunch or missed a whole bunch of stuff, but so far this discussion has been based on bringing the building up to code, and that there is a successful opponent right now that's interested in it, the details of which I have no idea. And I guess this is why I want to ask the question. Are we satisfied that that building is worthy of significant investment such that it will last for a number of years and meet the needs? Or in fact, are there other things that have been considered, such as demolition and building a proper building for the proper uses on it? And so you've got me right out at sea, which is not a bad thing. I might get a tan, but I need some help dealing with that. I just don't think I've got enough information.
If I can, administration might find additional, but I'm just going from the report that we had, and it's there's a statement in there that says a facility evaluation report had been done on the building. In summary, the report recommended the building maintenance and improvements of $550,000 over the next 10 years. That was as of April 1st, 2013. The facilities department has reviewed this document and notes validity in the assessment, but estimates the cost will be substantially higher, estimated at $1 million over the next 10 years. So this is just a portion of that cost. The report goes on to say, as well, the building is not sprinklered. Depending on use, the city would likely have to install sprinklers. So this $500,000 is for the sprinkling portion. My understanding from this report is that the building will also likely need an estimate of another $1 million over the next 10 years. I'm taking that from the admin report. Mr. Roth, do you have anything to add?
No, that's correct.
Councillor O'Toole?
Yeah, I just want to also comment, the reason nothing was done to the building, or one of the reasons was, the codes depend, the upgrades will depend on what's actually the building is used for. So specific purposes will require certain code upgrades, where other purposes would not necessarily be required. The sprinkler system is definitely in there for sure. So it's one of the reasons why I withdrew, because I don't know if my motion, I don't know what the specific purpose of that building will be. And I know that at report they had some ideas, but we have to come up with a lease assignment or a lease and sign it. And so I do feel that we do need to do the upgrades, but what upgrades we're doing, I don't know. And if we can get that report and make the upgrades pertaining to the report on what the building is going to be used for, and then I would be willing to vote for that. Am I willing to spend $500,000 right now? I don't know.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Tarrant.
Given just in response to Councillor O'Toole's some of his comments, in our discussions at committee level, we recognize that facilities had said that there is a number of upgrades that could be possible or should be needed depending on the use, and so they suggested that $500,000 would be at the high end. Should we have to do a whole range of things? They said it's there's possibility that depending on the use it could be less than that too. So that's why the motion is worded that up to $500,000. And as the deal come up with terms of the lease, I think, and they find out what the exact uses are, we'll have a more accurate picture. And should it be under the $500,000, then that would be acceptable within the lease.
Thanks, Councillor Tarrant. I don't see anybody else in the queue. So then I'll call for the vote on Councillor Tarrant's motion to include up to $500,000 for the Young Offender Center safety code upgrades. I'll call for the vote. It's not currently in the budget, that's correct. Okay, start the vote. Thank you. That motion does not carry. Move then, there's no other business on that one, to community safety. Councillor Thiessen, I think you had highlighted the 139th Avenue intersection improvements.
Let me get my notes ready here. I just wanted to ask in regards to the 139th, what is the detail and scope of that work?
Director Galante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned previously, the development of Trader Ridge area is triggering the construction of this intersection on 139th Avenue and Highway 43. The developer is responsible for the west side of the intersection. As part of the servicing agreement and as part of the 132nd Avenue functional study, the city will perform some improvements on the east side so the intersection can function properly and in a safe manner.
Now, in regards to the developers, how soon are they cutting ground on that? Like right now, or are they waiting for the spring, or?
Yeah, that's correct. The construction will occur in spring 2016.
Okay. And our expectation, I guess, then, according to the agreement, is to do our portion of the work at the same time they're doing their portion of the work?
That is correct, Councillor Thiessen. The job will be performed jointly and during the spring and summer and fall 2016.
And yeah, is there any opportunity for us potentially to defer the project, or would that be in bad faith?
Mr. Mayor, if the east leg of the intersection is not built, the intersection will function as a T intersection, and that is considered not a safe way to proceed in this case. So we highly recommend to build the full intersection at the same time.
Okay, with all those questions being answered, thank you, Director Galante. I'd move that we include the $161,000 in additional funds to the 139th Avenue intersection improvements as amended in this year's budget.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Tarrant?
Just a question for administration. In terms of funding source, is this a candidate for the transportation levy?
Director Galante?
A funding source has not been identified yet for this project.
Director Galante, can you tell me why administration didn't prioritize this? Why it didn't come with a positive administrative recommendation?
Mr. Mayor, this is an emerging issue. It's a timing issue. The Trader Ridge development was basically unknown during the 2014 budget presentation. During 2015, the developer approached the engineering department with the intention to develop the subdivision, and as you may recall, there was a road closure on the north side of 140th Avenue dealt by council during 2015, and the 139th intersection project was discussed as well.
Councillor Tarrant?
Just in regards to the funding source, is this an eligible project for the transportation levy?
No, it's not. Transportation levy can be used only to add lanes to arterial roads related to growth.
Okay, so we have Councillor Thiessen's motion to add the 161,000. Any discussion or debate on that motion? I'll just say that I'll be supporting the motion. I believe that this is an appropriate investment in what's going to be a fairly significant increase in the city's property tax base by encouraging and supporting that development in the north end. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. I believe 68th Avenue was on my list, but I think we dealt with that up front. And so that would take us to the road rehab and apron at the PD or fire station. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Senator Bill. I wanted to have this in here. I know it was included in a recommendation for addition to the budget. And I've driven that road quite a bit, unless I'm incorrect, but it does have a lot of sways and lumps and jumps in it. And the road itself isn't in great condition along some of the sides of I guess, would normally be the shoulder of the road. Director Galante, if we don't do this work right now, what is the average level of deterioration of that road currently, annually?
Director Galante?
Mr. Mayor, we perform an assessment on the access from Resources Road to Station 1. So the project in front of you will have three components: the road access, the parking lot area near Station 1, and the concrete aprons to the hall. So the total amount is $690,000 approximately. The road is reaching a point that is going to be triggered full road reconstruction instead of a rehabilitation or an overlay. So in 2014 budget deliberations, this project was presented, however left unfunded, but is part of the capital booklet. The reason is the road is being deteriorated rapidly. It's the proper time to perform some maintenance and rehabilitation. Otherwise, if we wait more time, and we're going to move into a full road reconstruction in the future years.
So in saying that, Director Galante, full road reconstruction in future years, what is the cost for that length of road? Are we talking like $1 million? Are we talking $2 million? Are we talking the same price?
For the condition of this road, I would say the current cost will be $690,000. We're looking at more than $1 million for sure if we wait more time. The level of deflections is significant right now, and this is on the purely technical side. We need to consider the safety of the vehicles driving on the road, heavy fire trucks. So you can safely assume a 40 to 50% increase in cost if we delay this a couple of years or more.
Thank you, Director Galante, for your responses. I would move then that we amend the budget to include the road rehab and apron at Pete Eager Fire Station in the amount of $689,950.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. I'll just that motion's in order. Discussion debate. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, I'm not a construction person, but I assume when we built out there the fire hall, the road leading direct access onto Resources Road would be construction. I'll call it the apron. Had to be built to a higher standard. Like, are you talking that little short piece from the fire hall to directly to Resources Road? So you're talking the winding piece. Why would the fire trucks go on it anyways? They have their own exit right from the fire hall onto, and like I say, I'm assuming that was built to a higher standard. So I just don't see a frequent need for the fire trucks to go on that little road.
Director Galante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is correct. They can use a direct exit connecting Resources Road. However, this road is well used as well for the minor equipment, not necessarily the big fire trucks that they go straight to the road, and of course all the personnel access in the station. So regardless the weight of the vehicle per axle, the road is in bad condition right now, and the asphalt keeps oxidizing. That is a natural process, regardless if we have traffic or not. And the deflections, because of drainage issues, alligator cracks, so the water during the freeze-thaw cycle is entering into the granular base, is expanding and contracting, and keeps deteriorating the structural base of the road, regardless heavy traffic or light traffic.
Director Galante or anyone else in administration, have we previously made any repairs to that road since it was constructed? Or any significant repairs? I wouldn't be surprised if we'd done some pothole, but I asked the question because I believe it was probably at least 2001 when the hall was first built, or 2001 when the road would have been constructed, and I don't remember in my time on council any significant repairs to that road. So I'm not getting anybody saying that they haven't answered that.
Nothing that I'm aware of.
And one question for you, Director Galante. Do the fire trucks actually return to the fire hall using their special access? My impression is that they actually use the service road to return to the hall. The special access is actually only an egress.
That is correct. Most of the time they exit the fire hall via the direct connection to Resources Road, and they return using this secondary access.
The reason that I bring that up is because if they were ever parked, there's only 2 lanes heading south, and so if there's a truck looking to turn in, they would actually have to block off one of those lanes because there's no turning lane. So yeah, I thought that was probably the case. I believe that heavy truck traffic actually does go down the road. For me, I'll support the motion. This is one of those ones that it's unfortunate that it costs that much, but given the amount of time that we have and the fact this is a fairly critical component to our municipal services, a very basic municipal service in terms of fire service, I view this as the cost of doing business, which is not avoidable and certainly would increase the further that we put it off. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I do believe the fire trucks use it for water and demonstrations at the garage they built there and different things they do. Just a quick question, maybe administration can answer. Wasn't this the grounds before where we used to store snow years ago? We stored a lot of snow there for years. It saturated the ground. Is that true? Yes or no? Does administration know this? And the reason why I'm asking is we built a building on top of this where we had problems with mold in the basement, irrigation, and we stored snow where it's sat. And if you look at our snow mound in Grande Prairie now, it takes all summer to melt. I think it could have created certain problems. So I wish administration would have had that information, but maybe next time we'll know where we build a building and not on where we store snow for years. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager?
Mayor Given, as I am, one of the longest serving senior administrators in the city, just before we built the fire hall, I remember we purchased that land from the province. It was provincially owned, so I don't remember us storing much snow on that site. Might have been a little bit, but it wasn't a major, the snow dump has always been at Smith for a long time.
Councillor Rice?
So this kind of popped up. If the road was deteriorating, how come it wasn't deteriorating when we did the last budget?
Councillor Rice, I think I heard the director specifically say that it was in the last budget in the 2014 when council sat at this table, but was unfunded at that time. It was not funded then, which means that they were aware of it at least probably in 2013.
Okay.
Councillor Clayton?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I won't be supporting this motion. I feel that although there's a need, it's too big of an expense for me considering many other areas in the community that need road rehabilitation work sooner. And based on the usage being somewhat limited, I won't be supporting it.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. One last question I forgot to ask when I was up. Can you speak, Director Horacio, to the apron? What's with the apron? I know when they built that building, Genco, part of the concrete they did, it was fixed because they didn't put air entrapment to the concrete and it broke up. Are they trying to fix some of this in the apron? What is the apron consisting of? Is the front concrete part out in front of it and it's breaking up because the way it was built in 2000?
Director Galante?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that is correct. It's the apron, the approach, the concrete area in front of the garage door, I would say, and needs to be replaced. I don't know the history of that concrete, but it is in bad condition now and needs to be replaced.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. So we have Councillor Thiessen's motion. I will call for the vote, which would add $689,950 to the budget for the road rehab and apron at the Pete Eager Fire Station. I'll call for the vote. That motion does carry. That would take us to crime prevention, the Cultural Integration Academy, and Councillor McLean. I think you'd flag that one.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I just want to speak to it. I think this should be included, definitely included. It's a funding source where the government has stepped back on. I believe it was the previous government, but it has been reallocated for funding down the road and where we could be looking federally. As we know, our community is growing because we have people from around the world that are coming here. Our demographics is great, and this helps them evolve within our community. And so I'm hoping for the funding to be all allocated per 16, 17, 18 that we have here.
So are you hopeful, or are you actually making a motion?
I'm making the motion.
Yeah, sorry. Motion?
I'm making a motion for 2016, 48,000, 122,000, 2017, 128,000, 2018 for CIA.
Thanks very much, Councillor McLean. I've got Councillor Rice in the queue, and then Councillor Radburn. Councillor Rice?
I won't support this motion. Well, I think the program is excellent. Again, it's a tough budget year, and I don't think I think we would be remiss to be adding these programs.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would present an amendment to the motion. I'd move that the motion be altered to only include 2016 only, the $48,000 one. And just speaking to the motion, as I was reviewing this, I respect the value of the program. but this allows us at least to finish a full year. We have monies to go to mid-year. I'd like to at least finish next year, and then we can reassess it among the many priorities that we will have. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Any discussion or debate on Councillor Radburn's amendment? Seeing none, then I'll call for a vote on the amendment, which would reduce the amount to just the $48,000 in 2016. I'll call for the vote on that amendment. I think I'm waiting for one more vote, Council. Thank you. That motion carries. So we'll vote on the main motion as amended, which would be the $48,000 in 2016 for the Cultural Integration Academy. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I wasn't against the amendment, as you can tell by my vote, but I'm really hoping administration puts forward to the federal government, the provincial government that ran away from the grant. I believe this is very important for our community, and working with new immigration that come to our community, not only for making their lives easier and knowing our laws and how we work in Canada, but also for business. We're business clientele are looking for new individuals to come here, and we want to be an open process. So I really hope administration and their community safety really look at the avenues. Now we're stalling it for 1 year. It'll be good for 1 year, but they're going to be coming back here. Otherwise, the program's gone.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. So I'll call for the vote as amended, $48,000 in 2016 only. Please vote. Thank you. That motion carries. What's next on your slides? My slides are almost running out. Okay, there we go. And organized by page. There, that's a helpful way to do it. So page 2 of the long-term capital plan. I'm hearing council members say, oh, this is nice. This is easy. Wow. Well done, admin. Good job, admin team. So we'll start off with the Bear Creek South removal of batting cages. Councillor Thiessen, you highlighted that. So I'll ask you to speak to it.
Thank you very much, Mayor Bill. It seems like a small cost, unfunded, $46,000, I believe. I have to get back to my budget.
65,000.
Whoa, okay, whoa. No, it's okay. It's still a drop in the bucket. It's true. Every drop fills a cup, right? My question is more out of curiosity. It's just an idea that I had when we were touring the South Bear Creek sites, and we saw that some of the batting cages had been taken down. We also have a skateboard park master plan as well. And I was wondering, Director Roth, if in that master plan, if the area of South Bear Creek has been identified. And the reason I asked that question is because some ideas were brought up about potentially transforming the old batting cage into a skate park area. And I was wondering if there could be cost savings achieved through the combination of those two projects.
Roth?
Thank you. The skateboarding master plan, well, administration has some ideas, hasn't been developed yet. So we were looking towards the master plan to guide us into the various options. Certainly, it is something that administration is well aware of. That old batting cage site potentially could be a skateboard park. There are skateboarders who are currently using it, from what I understand, but it may not be engineered the right way for doing it in a safe way. Certainly, it would be something we would keep in mind as we develop that master plan.
Sounds okay. So I guess it is a drop in the bucket, but only a little drop in the bucket. I would then move. I know it's slated in our 2016 year, but I would move to defer it to 2017.
It's currently not funded, so so taking no action means it'll just, unless we start removing things from our capital plan, means it would stay there. We could see it next year and do something. So that unless you're choosing to fund it and say that it's going to be a project that's funded, I don't know that there's an action.
All right, I get it now. I'm looking around the table. I'm seeing a bunch of eye rolls and head shakes and cackles. Good work. Thanks, Dwight. All right, then I will just drop motion. Thank you for your answers, Director Roth. I'll leave it unfunded as is.
Mr. Anderson, what's next? Bear Creek South, one new ball diamond. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move to move this funding to, actually, I would like to unfund this in this current budget, although I know there is a need there. I feel that we really haven't got a feel for operating the whole facility. We're doing some great things down there, but I don't know if we're quite ready to add another ball diamond. It's a big financial cost, and I think that it would be better for us in our parks operations system to get a feel for the ground and used to all the work that's involved with it. So I would like to unfund this project.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Clayton. A motion to unfund the creation of one new ball diamond at South Bear Creek Park, $400,000 in 2016. Motion's in order, of course. Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, McGivern. Ask Director Roth, where are we with respect to this process? For a number of these, that's a question that I think we need to ask in terms of, if we're now going to change our mind, that's fine. We have the authority to do that. But I'd like to know where we're at in the process. I believe we've identified a site. And is there anything else that needs to happen before we proceed with this project?
Mr. Roth.
Your Worship, certainly beyond identifying a site, that's the only action that's been taken. The next steps of design and actual construction have not occurred yet. And I do want to also indicate that this was also a partnership with Labatt Slow Pitch League as well.
Thanks very much.
So,
Councillor Radburn, go ahead.
Great. We have a willing partner, and I would hope that we would continue on the same direction that we had decided last budget.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. I'm glad it was brought up, but I'm not going to be supporting the motion, but I'm kind of wondering the placement of this field, how it may affect where it's being placed down the road. And I believe that's kind of been alluded from council and on the committee at the time. And I believe more focus should be looked at that as well. So, you know, I want the diamond, but where they might be putting the diamond is of great interest to council and a few members. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks. Councillor Rice.
I think that when we started this project, it was met with some concern from some community groups. So far, we have proved to them that this is exciting and that it will be a huge asset to our community. And the groups have now come on side and are very excited about this project. And I don't think we should start chiseling at it now. It would send the wrong message to the community.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Councillor Radburn.
Sorry.
Okay, Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Although I absolutely see the value in this project, I just don't think that it fits into this current budget cycle. I think that we have a lot of work ahead of us, and although we have a partner, I know that partner will be there in the future. So I do absolutely support the addition of the diamond, and I just don't think it fits in this budget cycle.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. And that partner is not 10,000; it's 100,000. I do believe it's a pretty significant partner, guaranteed. They have the funds in the bank. Gary Roth is this director. Gary is a bit directed how that's going to be positioned yet, or is that still up for interpretation?
Director Roth.
It hasn't been totally finalized until we actually get into the design phases. That's where it would be finalized.
My question so there might be a couple options coming to the committee, your committee, of how that might go, that field.
It is possible for us to look at the location as part of developing the design process.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Councillor McLean. I don't see anybody else in the queue. So then we'll move to a vote on Councillor Clayton's motion to remove the funding for the new ball diamond at Bear Creek South, which was $400,000 in 2016. A motion in favor would remove that funding that currently exists in the budget. Thank you. Motion does not carry. Mr. Anderson? Okay, next, page 3, the Montrose Greenway Concourse construction. Councillor McLean.
I got a couple questions for administration, and then I'll proceed how I believe I'm going to proceed on this. Whoever may ask this, I know it's funded for 2016 if it goes. So right now it's looking like it could go, but we'll see. Capital tax 800,000 and 1.2 million from Metropolitan Fund. Can you speak to that, Ken, just for that funding, and if we want, if it didn't go through, if we could use it for Bear Creek Pool?
Mr. Anderson?
Mayor, given the purpose of that program is for regional projects, and if it went to Bear Creek Pool, yes, it would carry over there, but my recommendation on Bear Creek Pool would be to borrow for it, because we've included the debt servicing for the leisure center in the operational plan of $5 million, and just transfer it over to the Bear Creek Pool. So,
But there's an opportunity for council to decide where they could maybe use funding if, depending on my motion proceeds or not.
yes, they could decide to transfer it to another project that would have a regional nature to it.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion
Go ahead, Councilor McLean.
to take the away the Montrose Greenway Concourse, and I just want to speak to my motion to take the money out of 2016 and leave it as unfunded so we can utilize the money for other projects. And just want to speak quickly. I believe we've taken on some projects to fix some areas that are falling apart. South Bear Park Pavilion, Bear Creek Pool, and this is an area that just doesn't stick out, that we necessarily have to spend $2 million to go read a book and feel comfortable. I believe eventually we can go there, but we don't need it as of today. We got more important issues. So I believe I'd like to put this out for the motion to leave it as unfunded so we spare up a couple $1 million.
Councilor McLean, Councilor Rice.
You built a beautiful facility, a cultural center, thereby really enhancing or destroying the reputation that Grande Prairie's redneck city. You totally enhanced our reputation as a community with a high cultural appetite. And having done that, you never did landscape the property, which is a real shame. If you do something, do it properly. You've waited long enough now to delay it even further. I think is unfair to the users of that building.
Thanks, Councilor Rice. Councilor McLean.
To reiterate what Councilor Rice was saying, no, we have. On the front of the building in the north, we just spent almost $1 million to redo some work that was breaking up and not being nice for the public library. We spent almost $1 million just last year on this facility, and we redid a room that wasn't finished when you did build the building for like $400,000. So we have implemented money the last few years of almost $1.5 million into the library already.
Thanks, Councilor McLean. I'll speak in opposition to the motion. I won't be able to support it. I know that every possible statistic demonstrates that the community has embraced the Montrose Cultural Centre like a few other facilities that we've built in the community. I know that it's well used, and the concourse offers the opportunity to extend the use of that facility so that it can meet even more needs in the community. I believe it's an appropriate staged approach to developing the public space on the Montrose site, and I believe that it will help the community understand the opportunities that lie there, both for future public facilities. We all know that this target for the future Performing Arts Center, but also I think that there's an opportunity for private development on that site as well, potentially. And I think that this will show the city is interested in investing in that area and creating that urban development opportunity and lifestyle that people look forward to. So for those reasons, I'm certainly in full support of the project, and would express my wish that council would vote in opposition to the motion that's on the floor. In particular, because I don't believe that this will move the needle on property taxes, if that's the intent of the mover. That's my position on the motion. Councilor McLean.
Thank you, again. That's not intent of motion, but property tax is intent of maybe allocating the monies to other areas that we're re-enhancing. So my motion is going to stick to maybe leave us the money to work with a little better.
Thanks, Councilor McLean. Any further discussion or debate on the motion? Councilor Radburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. In contemplating this agenda item, I did not support the initial investment in the Greenway. However, we have moved on. We have a consultant doing a master plan of the site. We have that person doing a detailed plan for our greenway. And so I just hesitate to vote for the motion for those reasons.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Again, I don't see anybody else in the queue. So, Councillor O'Toole.
Mayor Given, there's a lot of time invested by the council and the City of Grande Prairie employees and consultants. I feel that the time to build this concourse is now. I do understand Councillor McLean's concerns of spending money, but I think this would be a great asset to the area, the building, and I will be voting against the motion that's presented now.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks. Just a question for administration. With phase 1 and 2 of the downtown slotted to start in 2016, and this, happening in 16, are we concerned about any traffic flow at all on this street? I mean, I know this was in a park and then it's a couple blocks ahead, but is there going to be any disruption between the two blocks, services, that type of thing?
I don't see anybody from administration that has a
Okay, that's all I need to know.
jumping up on that one, but yeah.
I mean, we're going to be shutting water off in certain blocks. If we're going to be digging over here, like how much of the downtown core are we going to be affecting? We only have so long of a building period in the summer.
I don't see anybody willing to jump up on that. I would probably actually look at the Director of Community Safety just around engineering and whether it's likely that the water, sewer, wastewater, on this site would have an impact. Yeah, this would be an addition rather than changes to the underground infrastructure, so it would be an extension rather than addition, if anything. So I don't see that it would shut down anything on that end. But I've kind of got a semi-affirmative wiggle. I won't even call it a nod, I'll call it a wiggle. Okay.
The library will have water.
Yeah. Okay. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Councillor Logan.
Sure, maybe just a small comment, but we did see this summer a very similar sort of project, just a block over by Aberdeen, and they were able to handle that without much difficulty. All of these things were laid out in the first place so that they could be changed, rebuilt, whatever, but that you wouldn't have an explosion of water just because you put a shovel on the ground. So I think that may be a bit of a
or extra due diligence. We'll look at it. Yes. Thanks, Councillor Logan. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll call for the vote on Councillor McLean's motion to remove the funding for the Montrose Greenway Concourse construction. Please vote. A vote in favor would remove the funding. Okay, we have 9 votes. That motion does not carry. What's next on our list? Muskogee Park spray deck. Councillor Clayton. Mr. Roth?
Your Worship, no. There was, for various reasons, the project hasn't started yet.
Mr. Roth?
Well, the existing spray park currently drains into the Bear Creek. Without the retention tank or retention holding system, would still see the existing spray park drain into Bear Creek. The new Bear Creek outdoor pool renovations would not affect the current spray park.
No action on that one, Councillor Clayton? Okay, what was our next one? CKC Fields, lighting, score clocks, and benches. I think that's actually grandstand, Councillor McLean. Is that?
Take it off. I'm not going to flag that.
Nothing to speak to that? Okay. Councillor Thiessen, connect to the Wapiti corridor. This is trails, I believe.
Yes, it was. I think the reason I flagged this item is last year when it came time to it, we had to make some tough decisions. Here we are again trying to make some tough decisions. I believe we have a recreation master plan going on for the region currently commencing underway, and it will more than likely identify that connection as a priority for both the city and the county to address. At least on our end, we can address that. It would be a sign of good faith. So I don't know how it's going to go, but I wanted to bring it forward to include it in this year's budget as amended.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. So a motion to amend the budget to include the funding for the trail connection, or connection as it's called in our connection to the Wapiti corridor, $300,000. So it'd be $300,000 for 2016. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. Although I absolutely support this project, I think that funding it this time would defeat the purpose of the regional plan. We need to see the regional plan, determine the needs, and see what our partners in the region want to come out of this. So I do support the idea of it, but I just think that it's best to leave it unfunded at this time.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. Motion. You apparently were the only one on that one, Councillor Thiessen. That's the definition of the only one. Okay, the next one was the skateboard park and master plan expansion. Councillor McLean.
That's no problem. Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. I'm looking at taking some things out, not just adding on, because I know we're one of the highest tax and property taxes in Alberta. We are doing lots for the youth already, and I'm not saying I don't want to fund another skateboard park, but I believe under the, right now, utilization is okay. I don't think it's sticking out. We just put, they're talking about the expansion of the skateboard park by Eastlink Center. We just added $1 million for little kids in there, even though this is skateboard. I also look at it as regulation hasn't been enforced yet for helmets to wear in skateboard, but in bicycles you do. So that's where I'm conflicted on this. And I'm also conflicted on this because I think we're adding an awful lot where we need to pause and see what we can take out of budget as well to keep within property tax alignment. And I believe we're not even close to doing that yet. So, but we'll hear in the final. But my motion is to take the skateboard funding out.
Okay, so to remove the funding, now just to clarify, question for administration: has the $75,000 been committed? There's funding in 2015.
16, 17.
Yeah. So, Director Roth.
No, the master plan has not yet started.
It's not started. Okay. Okay. So, Councillor McLean, what's your desires at the entire amount that's allotted there?
Yes, Mayor Gibbon. It's for something. I don't know. I think it's 475.
Page 5.
Yeah, 475. I believe is the total. Just want to make sure.
Okay.
Taking completely out.
Okay. Motion to remove funding for the skateboard park master plan and expansion in the amount of $475,000. Councillor Rice.
Through the chair to Mr. Roth. At one point, there was a fairly active initiative by the skateboard users and business owners, and they wanted to partner with the city and get totally involved. And I haven't heard from them for a long time, so I assume that was chugging along.
Dr. Roth.
Your Worship, a year ago, a committee came forward with a fairly significant proposal of a partnership. Their administration is still in contact and working with that group. The latest direction we've been heading, as if it were to remain funded, is we would most likely, as a city, build the next piece of it, using piece of the skate park, using that as an initiative to help them get their group a little bit more solidified and help them work towards fundraising for the next one after that.
Am I hearing you say it might be premature?
The group is active, we'll put it that way, but they haven't haven't developed any fundraising at this point in time.
There were some security concerns with the one down at Muskosipi Park. Have those been resolved?
To the best of our ability, Your Worship, they've many of the security concerns have been resolved.
Councillor Radburn?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I won't be supporting this motion. This is literally hundreds of youth who will use this facility when it's built. Low cost, youth active, works for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. To Gary, is there provincial regulation on skateboards? Because you'll see bikers on the left with their helmet, that they have to wear helmets with skateboards. So if they fall and hit their head on the concrete, a nice young youth, what would happen? Is there regulation right now for skateboards to wear helmets?
Your Worship, no, there is not.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you, Mayor Bill, and thank you to the discussion. Thank you for your passion, Councillor Radburn. I would like to propose a friendly amendment to this. That amendment being to defer from this year's budget $200,000 to the 2018 budget and to include the $75,000 to do the skateboard park master plan. Now, in speaking to this,
So just, I want to be clear. So essentially you're saying move the entire project a year further into the future.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, so it's, yeah, okay.
Well, can I speak to it? Okay, so in speaking to it, none of the work has been done yet. We have some preliminary work that has been done, but I see no use in having $200,000 in this year's budget. So I feel like we can push it back to next year's budget, but I do see that it's imperative for us to develop a skateboard park master plan, identify where the youth are, where the underused areas are, and where the most prime locations are for us to build. That's as important. We need a strategy and we need a plan. I'm not in favor of taking it all out of the budget, but in honor of my colleague over here, that would save us $125,000 in this year's budget. So that's my amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. So that motion's in order. We'll have a discussion debate on the amendment to move it forward. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I have a question for Director Roth, and then I'll address in regards to the amendment. Although the study hasn't been done, is it fair to say that it could be done in time to start some building of the skateboard park next year?
Mr. Roth.
Your Worship, I would think that that would be pretty tough, to bearing in mind the short construction season and time it takes to go to tender. It would be really hard pressed to make sure that the master plan is done in time to start construction of one of the projects.
Okay. Thank you. So given that, I will support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. I'll just say that I won't be supporting the motion because I believe that the splitting of the money was actually, in terms of, for me, I believe that the entire project will probably cost $400,000, and so the splitting of the funds across a couple of years is really more about a financing thing and balancing than anything else. I don't think we'll spend $200,000 and then another $200,000 on different parks or on the same park. I think it'll be probably one $400,000 project. Although Councillor Thiessen's motion would still see that possible, that would mean that we really wouldn't have $400,000 to do the project until 2018, which means it wouldn't be available till 2019. And for me, that's not a reasonable time frame for something that I think is very, very well used. So I won't support the amendment. Councillor Rice.
Well, I admire and am proud of our gung-ho can-do attitude. Seems to me we're doing it again. If you drive through small communities all across Alberta, they have skateboard parks. I would guarantee you there isn't one or even five put together that came to close to $500,000. You know, like, yes, it's very, very nice and it's admirable that we want to go first class, high tech, whatever it is. I just think about today's economy, and I think we could build this skateboard park for probably close to a quarter of what we've got in the budget. I believe that. And like I said, well, I admire our gung-ho attitude. It makes it very difficult to put things in place that I believe could be using. We would even have a master plan by next year. we could have a skateboard park up in literally weeks. But so I just think we need to start thinking more realistically.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. I have to say that I want to recognize my belief that skateboard parks are a fairly specialized piece of infrastructure that don't go up and down with the price of oil, because cities across North America would be investing in them. And so just because the local economy has dropped, and I don't believe that that's going to impact the cost of these goods substantially. It may around some of the earthwork and labor that we might receive. So I would just like to offer that as a contrary opinion to Councillor Rice's statement, just in terms of the cost of this. The other thing that I do recognize from what Councillor Rice said is that there are cities, towns across Alberta that have skateboard parks, and I know that within our region there are Grande Prairie residents who go outside of our city to the skateboard parks because they are meeting the need. And so this is one where we have youth who can't drive, who ask their parents to drive them to Wembley and other municipalities because of the skateboards parks here just aren't adequate. So, so for those reasons, I continue to be in support. Councillor Thiessen.
Totally in agreement. And the kids that I've talked to, which amount in the hundreds, they want skateboard parks too. But I'm going to relate it back to when I was a kid, which wasn't too long ago. Compared to some. It's my belief that we're building a Montrose Greenway, we got Muskosipi Park, we already have a couple skateboard parks. We even have a little indoor skateboard park that can be utilized. It's one of the skate shops. When I was a kid, skateboarders skateboarded. It didn't matter. They used curbs, they used park benches, they used whatever to do their tricks. Downtown benches that Helen and the Downtown Association had to deal with. I understand that's a problem, but it's not going to stop kids from using their skateboards the way they've always used their skateboards. Now, if you want to look at one of the most highly used skateboard parks in Alberta, go down to City Hall in Edmonton. And they have skateboarders all over the place there, and there's not one ramp, not one trick, and they're riding up and down the marble, getting chased away sometimes not. But it's very well used. I think skateboarders are going to use whatever venue that they have. And if that's just a sidewalk venue, they're going to use that too. And I don't see deferring the project for 1 extra year as being too big of a issue. So with that, I'm sticking with my motion on the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen, and we'll take that as a motion to close, or sorry, the closer as the mover of the motion. So I will call for the vote on Councillor Thiessen's motion. Sure. Councillor Thiessen's motion to defer, if this is appropriate, to defer the skateboard park master plan and expansion 1 year in the budget cycle, so moving the $75,000 to 2016 and then $200,000 to 2018. Okay, so the city manager is saying we don't have to move the $75,000 because it's already in the budget, and so really just moving the extra $200,000 into 2018. Okay, so there would be $200,000 in 2017 and $200,000 in 2018 for the skateboard parks. I'll call for the vote. The motion vote in favor is vote to move that funding further out into the budget. Thank you. That motion does not carry. Where are we at, Mr. Anderson? Are we getting close? Oh, original motion was to unfund the motion, to unfund completely. Councillor McLean will give you one last shot to close.
Thank you, Mayor Given. And we heard a hard point from Councillor Radburn, but I'm going to look at another avenue. When I was young, we didn't need helmets on bikes. Now we do as kids, and I believe skateboarders need helmets. And so I am not for hundreds of kids going with no helmets, and I will never vote for that. And same as last council, I believe there's a lot of injuries, and we're not getting the gifs of it. How many are getting hurt in skateboard parks from their falls on the concrete? And I believe we have 2 now, and I'm looking at ways of trying to reduce from our budget. So I'm hoping council will, from safety, because it is safety, and for budget restraint. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. With that close, I'll call for the vote on Councillor McLean's main motion to completely remove the funding for the skateboard park expansion. So completely remove the funding. Okay, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion does not carry. Mr. Anderson, where are we at?
Appropriate time to break.
Sure. So it is 4:23. We're moving into a new service area. Do we want to, if we wouldn't mind, I think we can get the first one done off the list. So if somebody would care to make a motion to move the funding for this trail connection between Muscatay Park and the hospital into the 2018.
I move that.
Sure. Thanks. Councillor Rice will make that motion to move the funding for the Muscatay Hospital Connection 2018.
Just the hospital's been delayed. They don't want you there. Like, they don't want you wandering around a construction site. So,
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Rice. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Looking for one more, Council. Thank you. That motion carries. Is there anything else that we could... Councillor Clayton, is this... Sure, well, we'll go a few extra minutes. Yeah, Councillor Clayton.
System that we can be proud of. I've seen some paving of sidewalks in our community that I question the need, and so I wondered, this is a fairly substantial amount of money there. I wondered if the director could tell me the plan and why there's so much sort of money put there going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. There is a multi-year program for pedestrian links and new sidewalks. I just received an email from engineering with some maps showing the plan proposed for both new construction and missing links for 2016, 17, and 18.
So is that something you're going to put up on screen then?
If you give me one moment. So this is the new trails to be installed in 2016. So you can see several locations proposed. This is a preliminary plan for now, has to be presented via Community Safety Committee first with the locations. And we have the missing links. So this is the sidewalks. Let me just zoom in this. For rehabilitation site and new sidewalks in 2016. And we have preliminary plans for 17 and 18 as well. The total amount per year is 600,000. That was in the budget, and the source of funding is federal gas tax fund.
Councillor Clayton?
So, yeah, I notice in my, I've made an error. I've flagged the wrong item. So I have no comments on this one. My flag intention was for the sidewalk and pathway rehab, not for new sidewalks and pathways. So
the 1.6,
yeah,
1.675?
Yeah, well, there's more than that. There's 1.75, then there's another million, then there's another 1.6. Yeah, there's 3 line items there that sort of relate to the sidewalk rehabilitation.
So, okay, so yeah, I see at the bottom of page 6, there's pedestrian link, sidewalk, and pathway rehab. Capital tax, gas tax.
And then the next page, there's another one as well.
Okay. Oh, so I think that's the same program. These are all under the same program. Is that correct? Maybe Mr. Anderson, or almost looking at Ms. Walker. Is this the same program, 3 different funding sources? I see Ms. Walker nodding her head. So the total program, the sidewalk pathway and pathway rehab, has 3 different funding sources: capital tax, gas tax, and MSI.
But collectively, you still have to add up all those numbers.
Yeah. So
that
in
was
20.
the intended item to flag.
Yeah. Director Galante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the rehabilitation of sidewalks, we have a 3-year cycle doing condition assessment of the sidewalks, just to see, the level of cracking or deflections, the general condition. We assess the bearing capacity of the soils as well, and we perform repairs as needed to different levels. So it's an ongoing maintenance compared with the previous program that is new construction and missing links.
No, absolutely.
So, Councillor Clayton, I hear that you're asking for some information about the scope of that, and that we obviously don't have that at hand now. Maybe we could ask administration if they could find similar information that they presented on the previous program on this one for tomorrow. Director Galante.
Just to be clear, the information requested is the condition assessment or the plan for sidewalk rehabilitation for next year?
So how the criteria is established in the sense of, cracks in a sidewalk are one thing, and where the work is, the scope of the work, where the work is going to be done.
Okay. There's a ranking system. The ranking system has been presented to committee last year, I believe. It's a new system development.
So, Director Galante, maybe you could find that, and we could review it, either provide it to Councillor Clayton by email, or we could review it tomorrow morning. But it sounds like we're not going to answer it right now, in this moment. And given that we've just rolled around 4:30, maybe that's an appropriate place to stop. Although it's sort of anticlimactic because it wasn't on a vote, but probably appropriate nonetheless. We have made, I think, some good headway getting through all the ones that were originally there, and I think we made good progress through the ones that were flagged by council. So we'll reconvene tomorrow. I believe we're scheduled for 9 a.m. Same time, same place, same channel. I want to thank administration for their work that they put into preparing the budget presentations, and for the work that they put into trying to keep up with us as we make our motions, amendments, and amendments on amendments. And thanks to council for your patience and work as we go through the budget. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
9 to noon, 3 hours.